Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs, right back at you here on this Wednesday night, this hump day night for you, man. Here to give you the content you love, you deserve, and we're here to deliver that for you tonight. Lots going on, man. It's a lot of Bears news going on, a whole bunch. In fact, I just got word because I was so wrapped into this Roy Jones documentary, Roy Jones Jr., the boxer. I just found out just a minute ago that the Bears met with, I think, 3, 4, 5 people. One of them, the guy that we were just talking, one of the guys we were just talking about Sunday night, the Godfather, Big Dante Corleone. That's interesting as hell. But you know, they're meeting with players down there at the combine, man, and that process is starting, and they're getting along, you know, getting the information that they're looking for, and soon after that, it'll be medicals and all that kind of stuff, and then guys will be doing all the running they have to do, jumping and all the stuff they do down there at the combine. But hell, we got a hell of a show for you guys lined up for tonight. Everything down the gamut that we always do every single week on the show. Plus, we got a chef in the building, man. So without further ado, man, we got a lot of stuff to get to tonight, a lot of content prepared for you all, man. You guys are going to enjoy because it's what we do on the network, man. We have a good time on the show, man. And let me pass it on to Canada real quick. If he's ready, he's muted. Hopefully he knows that.
Well, thanks for identifying it nonetheless. It's Wednesday. What it do? What's up? Good to have you guys with us. We're going to get down to it. And yeah, there's been, interesting stuff with our favorite football team. And we'll get into all of that as well as, I'm sure, all level of other shenanigans. So thank you for joining us, all y'all out there in the chat. And things are cool in Canada, as in it's snowing again.
Hey, let me ask you a question, man. You ever had a TV for a long time and you just had it because it's never disappointed you? It's always there. You just had it for a long time. You didn't realize how shitty it was until the TV went kaput. Because I've never had a TV go kaput on me. I've always had a TV for a few years and ended up giving it away to somebody. Just always cycling out TVs all the time. And this one, I've had it since I met my girlfriend, and that thing went kaput on me. That's the first time I was like, what the hell? Anyway, long story short, man, in the middle of her off day, we was binging a show, and this thing just went kaput in the middle of the night.
What were y'all watching?
Can't remember.
It
was good, though. All I know is it was good. Oh, we was watching The Witcher.
Oh, okay.
Witcher was good, man. What up, Big Daddy?
I haven't done The Witcher. I'm slightly biased because I tried the video game, which is highly touted, and I straight up hated it. So, anyways, TVs with respect to me, I'm a little bit I'm more like what you sort of described. At one point back in the days, there was a single TV in the house, and that was it. And I spent good money on that, and like how that came about was, I'd started my first couple of jobs and got a good big paycheck, but still couldn't afford the TV. And I went to like one of them spots where they'll sell you a TV on like long-term down payments. And my word, man, I must have paid 4 times the actual cost of that television at the end of the day. And I was like, never again. I would just buy my damn TVs outright moving forward. So moving forward, I've been doing that, and I got it 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 6 TVs in the house right now, and one in the garage that's just in there. The closest to what you're describing, is my favorite TV, which was my first like big flat screen TV. It was a 47-inch, and I wound up giving it to my son. At one point, we had 2 TVs sort of stacked on top of each other in the basement so we could shoot each other on Halo and Call of Duty and stuff. But then I wound up moving the bigger of the 2 upstairs into my room, and he kept his down here. And eventually that one just went the way of the dodo bird, man. It just went goodbye. And he decided to go and buy his first TV, and I took him out to the store, and he bought a dope ass TV. It's a Samsung. It like syncs with every Samsung piece of equipment that I have, including my refrigerator, and I don't know what for. But all anyways, syncs with everything. And he up and left to college maybe 6 months later. So I got a dope ass Samsung in the other room that I never use. That's my TV store. But yeah, never went.
My bad, kids. I was muted, man. You know
That's
what?
all right.
That's what I bought. I think Samsung.
You bought a Samsung?
Yeah, I think Samsung products are superior.
So
Couple of TVs I bought.
I learned some things, man. You know, there was a time back in the days when I was really about sort of the name brand and what they did. And in some cases, and generally with televisions, it's kind of true. Like Sharp is actually a really good brand because of what they do with the Aqua series. LG and Samsung are both also very good. Sony is good, but better with the sound than it is with the actual video. In any event, after working in the computer industry for HP and Dell, I learned that basically it's just parts in a box, and they put a brand on it and they ship it overseas.
I disagree wholeheartedly, and in fact, I do believe in certain types of products, like a car, a vehicle. Man, you can keep all those people talking about, oh, buy American, you're not American, all these patriotic MFs around the world. I'll take a Honda over all this shit.
Well,
Honda will not let you down ever. You have to run that bad boy you can put 400,000 miles on a Honda before that thing start breaking down.
These are factual words, factual statements that I cannot refute. It's funny because my daughter's trying to get her first car and figuring things out, and she doesn't really give a damn as long as it's either a Honda or a Toyota, because she's driven in a just beat up ass Toyota, and it's okay. Same thing with the Honda. It's okay over, in deep into 400 plus clicks or miles, which is crazy. But when it comes to like North American made stuff, it's kind of like what I described though, because it's all this. They have like, man, and it's not just North America manufactured, not necessarily North American brands, right? So if it's North American manufactured, they have like a blueprint of a set model. So we'll say the Mazda Tribute is the same thing as there's a Ford that is exactly the same. There is a Chevy that is exactly the same. It's all the same blueprint of like SUV, and the parts are just manufactured and shipped between Canada and the US and sometimes Mexico, but usually Canada and the US. And they just put those parts together at a manufacturing plant, and away you go. All exactly the same vehicle. They come to you at different price points. The like entertainment system and things along those lines might be a little bit different. You know what I mean? Might be a little bit different because that's actually coming from the manufacturing company. But parts, all the same. They slap a brand on it and away it goes. Becomes a Toyota, becomes a Ford, becomes a Mazda, etc. So take it for what it is. If you're talking about a foreign car, though, like once you get into Honda, Toyota's a little tricky because they do a lot of their manufacturing in North America, to be frank with you. But Honda, Mercedes-Benz, Nissan, anybody who's outside of North America, for the most part, they do things completely differently. It's not like they build it themselves and they ship it.
It's just quality merchandise. I don't care. If America started to build, like, I believe in Chevys. I do
Yeah.
believe in Chevy. Chevys are, especially the trucks they make, very, very strong products. Now, I'm just being honest when I tell you that when it comes to cars, or even some of the trucks they have out now, I believe Hondas are superior in durability and long range health of your vehicle. You know, I just believe that, man. But however, you know, what I'm looking at is a beautiful new TV. The hard part about this new TV is having to link everything back up and all that shit I had to do. It came yesterday, but we put it up last night. You know what I mean? But holy shit, man. This thing is so beautiful. The screen is so beautiful. I feel like I can walk right into it. So it's like every year seems they up the ante on the visual quality on the stuff, and you know the additives that comes with, you know, these certain products like this, you know, certain things that you can do with the product like that, like you were just talking about before, the connections you can have and making things have shortcuts to it because the connections. I skip all that shit, man. But
Really, bro, that's where I live, bro. You know what I mean? That's where I live. I don't care about like much like sound. So sound sound has like a specific range of 24 bits. You can only, you know, get that 24 bit sound is like pure sound. The human ear can't even process it, right? Once we get into 4K, 8K, I don't give a damn. Like as long as I can see it, I'm good. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty good. I don't complain too much or spend too much time paying attention to that side of things. But when I can do stuff like stream from my computer back to my TV or vice versa, or even like one of the coolest features that I found was that, and I bet you Samsung, I don't know if you have an Xbox or whatever, but they've got the Xbox game streaming or cloud game streaming built right in. You can just USB plug a controller into that thing and play certain games, man. Just run it right off your TV.
Kids had one for about a month. Gave it to my kids at work.
See, it's so like you don't really need the machine. You just need the subscription, the Game Cloud subscription. But you can just run certain games, whatever they have loaded up that's compatible. You can just plug a controller into that TV and run it right off the TV. So me and my son were playing Fortnite right off the television with no console, which was like we were both like wilding. This is crazy.
This conversation never comes up. It's gonna sound like I never even owned it because I never had it long enough to own it. I got it that week. I took it to work and it really stayed at work. The kids took over. I was like, "Fuck it, y'all can have it." But that's just how that works. You know what? I don't see the chef in the kitchen. I'm waiting until I see him in the kitchen. I know he can hear us, but when I see him in the kitchen, we can go. But yeah, man. Hey, all the connections, man. Some of that shit is so unnecessary. Having to get through passwords and all this kind of shit. All that shit is so unnecessary. Then you gotta.
That is a pain in the ass in today's world with like getting your Netflix, trying to remember what the hell your Netflix password is, and then getting into, you know, Disney Plus and Prime and all that stuff and getting it all loaded. It is a verifiable pain in the ass.
But one of the I see the chef right now. We're gonna let you intro him. But one of the good things about it is this new product that they have out now has all those prompts right there on the remote. I don't know if you got a remote like that, but you can just pop Prime, you can prop Netflix, you can pop
it's built right in now.
Built right into there, man. It's all there. Just hit it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Ron said he just bought him a Ford Focus. My pops had one. That was his last car before he passed, man, and he wrecked it. he tore that motherfucker up.
Let me tell you, man, I used to hate that company. It had, and like the hatred has grown a little bit since I interviewed with Ford and he decided to go with somebody else. But after that, it is fully subsided because the work that they've done on their, like, I'm going to call it their entertainment systems, best I can call it, but the things that they've done inside those vehicles it's high end, y'all.
It is. I mean, I seen it, man. Just remember, we got a chef in there waiting to start cooking. Give us a
ready
thumbs
to go,
up.
chef?
Give us a thumbs up when you're ready. Oh, he's ready.
Oh, he's always ready to rock and roll. All right, let's get the chef. Let's get the chef rocking and rolling. Chef Trips doing his thing. I don't know what he's got cooking, but odds are I'll be starving at the end of this little segment. So here we go.
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
And there's our guy, the chef himself. What it do, chef? What it do?
Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can do both, chef. You're live and direct.
Well, welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips, and I am your owner and proprietor, Chef Trips, and as we are known here on Some Extra Sauce, I am that MFer in that kitchen.
There he is.
And since we have sat through your car and TV stories, I've already started heating up our pan. So go to our Echo.
There we go.
Echo.
Nah, I think you're okay.
Okay. Now.
Oh no! Wait a second. Come again.
Is there still an echo?
Is
that better?
Yeah, you're good to go now. I got you.
Hey, Chef,
Okay, cool.
hey, Chef, can you turn your volume down just a little bit? Just a little.
Not really.
Okay, don't worry about it. Keep going.
I can do it.
Okay. Now that we have our pan over a medium-high heat, and we have a little canola oil, so it can handle the higher temperatures. And now we get our pan and get our oil nice and hot. And here I have already dried with the paper towels and pre-seasoned the fish fillets. We can go to the full screen here on the food. I season here the fish fillets with the Creole seasoning, but you can also use the Cajun seasoning because what we are making are similar to what they would call po' boy sandwiches. But these are
po' boy.
Well, similar. These are similar. So stay with me now. So as we get the oil, we're waiting for it to get a little shimmy ding dong.
Y'all shimmy yam shimmy yay.
Rest in peace to the ODB. So now that the oil is dancing a little bit, we want to make sure it's coated because when we put the fish in, we want to leave it undisturbed on one side for about 5 minutes.
Here we go.
Nice.
Give me the
sizzle.
mic so I can take it away.
And sizzle.
By the way, Chef, I have that same pan collection there.
Oh,
good,
very nice.
Pretty good brand there.
They are. And so we want to make sure they all get the little oil underneath, and then we just leave them be until the 4 to 5 minutes. And then that will put a nice sear underneath the bottom side. And then we will turn them over for another about 3 to 4 minutes. And then they should be done then. And then we will put them to the side, and we will then construct our other materials for the food. Now, please, if the producer can play the video while these are sizzling, the video will contain the ingredients and how I prepared our po' boy sauce. The roux, how do they say it? The remoulade sauce. So this is what the Cajuns and the Creoles eat from the French recipe. It is like a condiment down there. So I will show you how to make this in your own kitchen So go ahead and play that video, please.
Please enjoy this condiment staple from the Louisiana Creole cuisine, the Ray Moulade sauce. In a jar or sealable container, mix about 1.5 cups of mayonnaise, about a quarter cup of Dijon mustard, a quarter teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of black pepper, 1 teaspoon of hot sauce, 1 tablespoon of ketchup, 1 teaspoon of lemon juice, 1 tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce. Give it a little mix. 1 tablespoon of horseradish mustard, 1 to 2 tablespoons of sweet relish, 1 teaspoon of paprika, 1 teaspoon of garlic powder, and 1 teaspoon of cayenne pepper, which I am omitting. Add these ingredients to taste, so a little bit more or a little bit less of anything you desire. Mix well, seal with a lid, and refrigerate for at least 6 hours before using to let all of the flavors marry together. Use this condiment to give your foods a little Cajun or Creole kick. Find all of the instructions and ingredients on the Shea Trips page of our website at sportschicagostyle.com and subscribe to my own YouTube channel at Chef Trips. Thank you. Enjoy. Please.
So that is the sauce that I made before, and now it is time to turn over our fillet of the fish, and they come out nice and easy. Boom! Look at that beautiful crust on the bottom.
Okay, what kind of fish we got here?
We are using the fillets of the mahi.
Oh, wow.
And so now that we turned it down, we reduced our heat to a low, medium low, and we will introduce a little butter to the pan. And we want to melt that butter. And then as we do that, we will baste our fishies.
Chef, I'm curious, how much does the mahi run you these days in the store?
I do not remember the exact cost, but they were frozen. And I would say any place between $8 and $15. I do not remember exactly offhand, but I can find it for you and let you know. But it was less than $20.
Pretty good.
But now, as you can see, you have a nice sear on the bottom side. And now that we've reduced the heat, the majority of the cooking has been done. So the inside of our fillets will remain nice and flaky.
Hey,
but
Chef,
then once we have this, we will not worry about the pan so much, but we will let it cook down. We will let those drain, and then we move those a little bit over there. And yes, you have a question.
Hey, Chef, I know I have a statement. My girlfriend would smother you in your sleep for putting that steel spoon on her nonstick skillet. She would. She bought silicone stuff for that reason. She would smother
if she would like to send the chef some silicone spoons, I will be more than happy to utilize them. But in the name of the silicone, I do have these right here, which are, if I can get them out. Oops, sorry. These are the silicone brushes, that to baste on your foods. And then also, as we will now turn the heat all the way off, and we will remove our fish into these waiting and over here. And this is also not silicone.
Man.
Put that over there. And don't worry, I am not scraping the surface, nor did I scrape with the spoon.
I'm cringing.
So now we put our fillets to the side, and we can remove a little bit Actually, we do not need to, because you see that in there. We will utilize that in a minute. But first, let me rearrange some of the things here. Also, speaking of silicone, I do have these oven mitts, and they are fantastic because we have this hot iron, and it makes me never mind.
Oh wow!
So
I gotta get those.
Damn.
I gotta get those.
So now, hold on 1 second, please. Let me put this here. And now I will take the cool iron, put it around there, and put that hot iron back up here.
The old switcheroo. Look at that.
And also the not that I have an Amazon store to sell these or anything, but just to let you know that this is like a hot pad as well. But it's also like a mitt. And then, it comes with the other mitts, and then both of those. And they are all silicone as well.
Oh, that's real cool.
All right, so now that we have our cooler here, we have a work surface so that we can see it on the camera. So we put this other silicone mat here, not to scrape up and mess up the surfaces of anything. Then we put a cutting board here. Well, but first, I have to wipe this. Clean as you go. If you know, you know. So now we put this here, and we will show you how we will roll these up. And then we will bring them back. So these are whole wheat tortillas. You can use whatever you like or whatever you have available. So now we will utilize our roux malade sauce, and we will put some of that on the tortillas.
One more time with the name?
Tortillas.
No. Roux malade?
Roux malade sauce.
Okay.
It is Cajun.
It's more of what you said, Ked, just room a lot.
In French, that means 6th Street.
There's a 6th Street everywhere. There's a 6th Street everywhere somewhere.
Well, maybe on 6th Street is where they came up with the recipe, and they named it after that. On the 6th Street and Canal of the Nolans. So after we put a generous portion over here, and I'm only putting it on this side for a purpose. So we will do all three at the same time, or you can do however many you prepare.
So we basically making a really nice fish taco.
Yeah.
That
Like
is
a fish taco wrap, but yeah.
And so we will do some diced onions.
Onion. You gotta say it like that.
Some diced onion.
I'm good with the crunchy onions on there. I could take caramelized too here.
Onion.
And then we will add some of the diced pickles.
Okay. That'll bring out some
okay, so are those dill pickles or are those sweet boys? Or
these are dill pickles.
Okay. All right.
I did, as you saw in the recipe, there was a little sweet relish, but I forgot to mention in that video that for the sweetness, if you do not utilize the sweet relish, you can also use honey.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
All right, so after we put those on there, now we also top them off with a little bit of another crunch and another garden vegetable of the lettuce.
It'd be a nice crunchy ass sandwich.
He likes the crunch, man. He likes the crunch of them vegetables.
Well, it's also going to be a little bit crunchy with the fish too, right? With just a
little bit,
you know,
a little bit.
Nice.
Now it will not be as much of a crunch as if I had fried the fish. With the batter and the coating.
Exactly.
All right. So now that these are there, let me put that away. And now for our final add-on, we will get the piece de resistance to keep the French team alive.
By the way, Chef, I'm loving the healthy twist you're putting on this thing.
Well, I do appreciate it. And while we are getting it together, shout out to all of the Nomadiacs, and whether you are tuned in on the Nomad Network, or at Kids the Canuck, or at Sports Chicago Style, a shout out to all of you. And as we get this together, remember that you can customize these ingredients and these sauces and spices as you will, according to your dietary requirements and or restrictions, and the food you have available. So now, add some cheese, of course.
I'd be
tear
so
that in half so we
Chef,
can
I'd
make
be
it.
so tempted to load this up with so much tomato because I love tomato.
Well, tomato will be good as well, but I did look at those, but they were not in season, and they did not look very succulent and very good.
Understand.
So a good tomato, when it's a good, strong, beefy beefsteak tomato, and it has that flavor, and it's like, but a bad tomato just will ruin the meal.
That's kind of the only tomatoes I grow, Chef. And this year we might add some cherry tomatoes to the mix. But that's
Well,
something
that
we'll talk about
sounds
a little later
lovely.
on.
So now we will add our fish to the top of the little bed.
That looks great, but I'm a savage. I'd put so much more sauce on there.
Well, that was actually something I was thinking about, and I will actually do that because just to not be overkill, but it will go down well. And I did.
Kids, we're cousins in that regard because I'd slather the shit out of that.
You do the same thing? Okay. Yeah. I would be a straight up savage with it. That'd be no two ways about it.
That is a good idea, but I was trying to avoid, because there is one more step. Now you can stop here and you can enjoy them because they will be tasty nonetheless. But the other step, one second, please.
What do you got going on? What are you doing?
That's going down his arm for sure.
What do you got going on? What are you trying to do?
Well, what would be good to do would be if the tortillas were
you're gonna bake
were
it
bigger, or the portions of the fish and the other condiments were smaller, it would be easier. But what we are going to do is now we will reintroduce our skillet.
Oh shit! Yeah, okay.
And then we were going to put this on a low fire. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. We're putting it back there on the back burner, literally. And as that heats back up, we won't be able to make a complete burrito or enclosure, but there will be enough to get on the other side to close it up enough to give it a little toast.
Just put a little water on the edge of that and it'll be fine.
Nah, he's got sauce there, man. I think the sauce will do it.
That sauce might catch it.
Yeah, looky there.
And then we put it face down.
Nice.
And then as we put them face down, where the seam is, it will seal itself. And then like that little sauce right there, and we don't need the water. And then we put those in there like that. And then we fold this one over as well.
Yeah, I'm eating the dog shit out of this.
Me too.
Okay, now we move that out of the way for a little bit. And we find our towel so we can of course wash our hands.
And then the cheese will become an adhesive at some point.
Say again, please?
The cheese will become an adhesive to keep that thing together at some point.
Oh,
just
the heat. This will fry up, man. So it'll get a little bit harder and stick. You'll flip it. It'll be golden brown and beautiful in a minute, man. This is
It's good.
Yeah, this is a solid little meal you got here, chef.
Thank you very much. And what we do, we move it around a little bit so it can absorb the butter and the other oil and the fish remnants. And now it has something to fry up on the tortilla. And so we just leave it there and let it brown up, and it will stiffen there. And then we will give them a turn and let these sides get crispy and crunchy as well.
Beautiful.
Might have something going on here, chef.
So these are similar to the fish po' boy sandwiches, but they are more of a seared mahi fish fillet with the homemade remoulade sauce and the tortilla wraps that will be grilled.
Or in other words, a grilled fish taco.
Okay.
There you go. But I had a little more description in mine, but yours works as well.
So the remoulade is sort of like a bit of a spicy tartare. Is that a good call?
Yes, it is obviously more fancier than the regular Dijon mustard, since that's in there, and the horseradish mustard in there, and the ketchup. And so it is a spicy but tart and a little tang of sweet. But it is almost like a variation of any kind of onion ring sauce, or a Big Mac sauce,
or Mac sauce. Yeah.
Just with the more regional spices and seasonings of the Creole and or the Cajun.
Hey, kids, do you have any Creole seasoning in the house?
No chance.
No, shame on you.
Oh, I'm not. Well, okay, look, I don't have Creole, but I got Cajun.
Okay, that's close enough. You got to open up your repertoire a little bit.
Well, like I said, Cajun and Creole is to my understanding.
They're cousins, but they ain't the same, bro.
Okay, they're pretty.
One has more pepper than the other.
Which one? Creole?
I believe Cajun is the hotter one. I take.
Creole is the more flavorful one.
I got a big old jar Creole, of Cajun that I use all the time. But
that'll burn your ass up now. You gotta be careful with that.
Oh man, you see me, man. I'm that's where I'm good, man. I'm straight with the spice. I know exactly how to take it. But
All right, this one right in the middle looked like it came apart a little bit, but we're not going to worry. We're just going to let it sizzle up and get harder.
Well, if you got a bigger spatula, you can take care of that real quick.
Well, but I will let it go first.
Okay.
And then, are there any other questions and or comments from the chat?
No, they're just watching. They're watching.
This is probably the first time I ever seen you chef up without a side dish, though.
No, it's the first time I've ever seen it. This is the first time I've ever seen the chat quiet while he's
they're just staring at just staring at it. I'm so with it.
That is very good. I thought about making a nice rice or maybe some even dirty rice, but that didn't happen.
This is I like this, man. I've been eating a lot of salmon as of late. Maybe I'll switch up and try maybe some mahi and do something along these lines.
Do you know how I know this is right? You see that juice oozing out the bottom of that middle one? At the top?
Yeah.
That's how you know.
Yeah, that means you used the right amount of sauce. Oh shit! Yeah, you could probably turn the heat up a little bit, chef.
You can sear that. Mid heat, mid to high.
That is very true. I just want to avoid it a little bit of the popping. Make sure, because of that, now before we do turn the heat up, we will add our screen.
See, there's the guy.
You try to eat all three of these, you will need a nap.
You think he ain't eating all three?
Oh, at some point, but he better not do it tonight.
Them three sons of bitches is gone.
Oh yeah.
Just save one for Triple R, man. Do me a favor.
I will do that, and I will send him over one to his studio as he works on the editing of the various videos over there from the family of the sports Chicago style content creation.
Sweet.
You guys, hey kids, you ever watch this guy named Dre in Dallas on TikTok or he's on YouTube too? This dude has got the biggest bite. Like he'll eat a Whopper in like 3 bites. I mean, he's not trying to. He's just got a big freaking mouth and big jaws to hold all that food in there. So, like, some people can really put it away, man. And I don't know. I'm just hoping the chef don't do that.
I'm just saying that can't be healthy, man. You gotta. I learned a long time ago. You want small bites. You just see me with like a yogurt.
There you go.
With a yogurt, I'll use it, or like ice cream. I resort to using like the smallest spoon in the building.
That's smart, man.
You know what I mean? You want to get through. You want to have a few. You know what I mean? You want to taste your food, man.
Taste your fucking food, man.
Jeez.
Exactly. Let that shit marinate in there.
Absolutely.
And now that we have them turned over, we will give them a little wiggle, and make sure they are also in the remaining remnants of the oil and the butter. And now we will let this other side toast up. As you can see, these are nice and crispy.
They look like big fish taquitos.
Missy Nova, you still watching? What do you think? I'm trying to. Missy Nova's the wife. I'm trying to get her to make me some of these there later in the week.
What up, Missy?
Hey there, Miss Missy Novas.
We love you, Mrs. Kid.
Let's see if she'll make me some of these later in the week.
We love you.
Well, do you have the access to the what kind of the fish? Do you say you have access to the salmons?
Well, I eat salmon all the time. Don't make no difference. I have a really cool shop right next to, like, it's about 4 minutes from my house. We'll go up there, and they have all kinds of fish there, all kinds of so it's like it's a little grocery store, but it's fresh local fare, right? So most of the stuff that they got there, really good fish, fresh, really good beef, steak, etc., all fresh, chicken, all fresh, eggs, all fresh. So we just reach over there and grab what we need. So I'll go get some. Like, they'll definitely have some mahi, but maybe I'll do a different fish this time around. I'm not sure. I'll check it out when I get there.
Well, the thing about the fish tacos is that you can alternate the fishes, because there are other fish in the sea, as the saying goes. So now we will give them a little rotation.
I think you almost good here.
Yeah, I think you're good.
As we can see, as we are about to bubble up there, we will take just a little peek, a little gander, if you will.
Oh, you're good to go, dog. Yeah, man.
So we will kill the heat right there.
You almost passed, dude.
No, we are good. Because you can tell from the smoke coming up, as it gets darker, that lets you know that, oh, there's some burning going on, they are done. So you listen, and you smell, and you watch, because the food will let you know when it's like, hey, get me out of here and enjoy me now in your tummy.
So he just gave y'all a real good tip without really exposing it. If you look at the tortilla itself while you're cooking this, and it starts to bubble, you know she's good to go. Right? You can take it right out right when it starts to bubble, and you can see it from the other side.
That is very true. So now, as they are done, the heat is off, and it will not hurt them to stay there in the pan. It will keep them hot. It will not dry anything out, but I did remove them from the heat as well. Nice and crispy.
Go ahead.
We move this out of the way, and we will put it over here, so that we will have a good visual.
Chef, you planting seeds with Mama Canuck.
Well, it's better to plant these seeds in the kitchen with Mama Canuck than any other way.
I was waiting to see where that was going.
Why? It
Well
never
done.
fails, does it?
Well done.
All right, now we will swap out the other hot iron there. So this way I can put this to protect there and go the long way for the shot.
It was a beautiful shot, Chef.
All right.
Thank you very much.
This is a beautiful shot. That is a really nice fish taco, deep fried, if you will, and or po' boy
Yeah, I can see that.
tortilla, as you would say it.
I just want to see if the sauce
listen to the
held up.
crunch.
It held up. You see that coming out of the bottom?
The sauce is all in there. The crunch was the crunch was audible. You could hear it. That's a fantastic little creation, my friend. Well,
don't waste that sauce down there. Scrape that shit up.
Oh, you can use that to dip. You can dip, yeah.
That is very true, because now that sauce becomes now a dip. But the crunchiness of the shell of the tortillas is delicious, and then there's other crunch with the pickles, and then when you get into the fish, it is like, oh my goodness, it is a beautiful thing for a fish lover, or if you are a participant in the season of Lent. On Fridays, instead of having meat tacos, you have pescatarian tacos, and that means fishies.
Oh, Mr. Charles says he does this every week with pollock and blackened fish. I enjoy some good pollock now.
As you see in there, the meat of the fillet is nice and flaky.
Wait a minute, Chef. Something just happened with your visual. I don't know what that is, but something just slipped into the way. There you go.
There we go. Now, the light and flakiness.
Yeah, that fish is cooked well, man. It's cooked really nice. Yeah, that's cooked through, man. Well done.
Thank you very much. And then all that sauce.
You know, Chef, you have a pretty unique taste palette, and a lot of the things you make, I think, are questionable to some people. But you know what? Today, I think everybody within their right, if anybody, there's a lot of people that don't like fish. I don't know who those aliens are, but there's people that don't like fish at all.
It's true.
But this is really good, man. This looks really good.
Well, thank you very much. And any of the seasonings or the spices that you do not like, you can alternate. And if you want to use actual different like tomatoes or vegetables, you can. But the overall fish taco experience, this is something easy that you see that you can customize and do very easily in your own kitchen. Because in your own kitchen, you are your own chef.
Amen to that. You know what's funny? You know what's funny, Chef? I don't eat fish or shrimp very often. I need to eat it more. I need to get more of that in my diet, man. I need to get some more of that kind of protein in me. But man, when you don't eat it and it's sparse, it will get to your stomach a little bit. And it got to me on the last show Sunday.
Oh my.
Well, that's why you dip. Huh?
I tried to tell you, man.
You said something about it. I wasn't sure if you were for real, but okay, I'm with you now.
Say if you don't eat something like fish for
look, you said it was shrimp, right?
It was shrimp, yeah.
You got fish is a little bit better. Like you got to be careful if you haven't had shrimp for a long time. You have to be careful.
And then also be aware that in the remoulade sauce, there is hot sauce, there is horseradish, there is cayenne pepper. So there are things in there that can annoy your system if you have a irritable system. So that's why I left the cayenne pepper out of here, but there is enough in there that it will
Kick your ass a little bit.
Yes, because the Creole and the Cajuns, just naturally, their seasonings and their spices are on the spicier side in general.
Very
Good.
cool.
Good. Hey, Lord, my girlfriend is starting to enjoy fish a little bit more. She was one of them people before she met me. She was one of those aliens before she met me. But I slowly worked her. I worked her into a corner and I beat her up. Not physically, but I worked her. And now she's starting to enjoy it. I'm talking about she couldn't stand catfish. All she wanted was fish out of salt water. She's a East Coast girl. They're shore people. That's saltwater people. You know, so all right. I think Chef needs to be left alone, don't
he? He's having a good time with that plate. I do something a little bit different with this, and let me see what happens when we get down, when we try to recreate what you've done here, Chef. I would make your sauce, but I would make a slaw out of it, and I'd put the slaw on top, and then now you got me. So that's what I would try to do. Make it. It'll definitely be real crunchy, but it'll keep that same flavor. And yeah.
Well, do you know that what you mentioned with putting the slaw on the sandwich is something similar that they do in the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania areas.
Okay.
And they put the slaw and they put the French fries on the actual sandwich, and then they wrap it up because back in the day, and the blue collar workers, they needed one hand to have their meals, and so they needed all their meals in one sandwich. So they had the salad with the shredded cabbage and the lettuce, and then they had the potatoes, and then they had their meat, whatever the meat was, and that was between the bread. And so it was wrapped up tight so they could eat it. So what you are describing is that without the French fries.
Very cool.
All right. You know what, Chef? I definitely appreciate this one this week. This is something kind of right up my alley, man. It looks like a fish taquito, like a big taquito.
Yeah, that's a really good call. Actually, that's a good way of looking at it.
I enjoy shit like this, man. Just because, man, it's something different, and everybody's always looking. Like most people are creatures of habit; they make the same stuff over and over and over and over again. This is a unique take on what you can do with your fish and how you can apply it healthy.
Because with that said, the fish taquito, when you hear things like that and you see the tortillas, you think of south of the border, or you think of a Tex-Mex flavor. Well, that is this. It is not this, because this is a Louisiana, New Orleans, bayou flavor, but just happens to be in that very versatile tortilla wrap.
Wow, this is good sounding, good looking, and I know it's good tasting based on the ingredients I've seen you put together in that video, which is available on YouTube. I assume Chef Trips.
Oh,
right?
Yes, you are talking to me. Yes, that is true. The Rumalot sauce is up there on the channel there at Chef Trips. So be sure you subscribe, and thank you for all of the support for the hey,
I'm sorry.
And thank you very much for all of the support and all of the comments. So are there any other questions and or comments before I get out of here and you all can talk the bears?
Oh, I got a question for you. How different
Yes.
do the wheat tortillas taste versus the flours? The flour tortillas.
It is the same difference that you notice when you use anything with the whole wheat flour versus the white devil of the white flours. So you can tell the difference between like white bread and wheat bread. It is the same thing with the tortillas.
So it wouldn't inhibit you from wanting to use more and more wheat versus the white flour.
It's not as pronounced though, right? It's not as
No,
pronounced.
it is heavier. The wheat is heavier than the blanched flour, and so it will, let's say, take sometimes more of the moisture, whether it be the milk or the water to saturate it, as opposed to the white flour. So, like with the brown rice, it cooks different than the white rice. And so there are differences, but I cannot explain scientifically. But the difference that you notice between a piece of whole wheat brown bread versus a white bread is the same with everything else. It's the same, but it's different.
Okay, I mean, one more question for me. What if you how do you think good caramelized onions might have been on that particular dish?
Those would have been very good. But you will also need to know that a good caramelized onion takes time. So that is very low and very slow with the heat. So that is another step that you add to it. That is not a problem, but it is another good idea that I did not think of. Thank you very much. So the next time I make this, I may use the caramelized onions.
Well, I'm like you, chef. I'm kind of one of those people that likes to caramelize but likes a little bit of crunch. So I'm kind of I like my caramelized onions a little bit medium rare. So
well, that is good too. But also remember that in here, the tortilla shell had a little crunch to it. The pickles had a little crunch to it, and the diced onions had a little crunch to it as well. And then even though there was not a cornmeal or any kind of a flour coating over our fish or any kind of batter, the sear had a little crunch of its own as well. So there is plenty of crunchy to go around. But even the good caramelized onions, when they are slow and low cooked, they will still have a good bite or a good crunch to them, even though they are translucent and bring out their natural sweetness.
Wow, really good.
And maybe even when you are doing the onions, maybe add a little apple cider vinegar and a little brown sugar.
Okay. It took me chef. I just want to admit something to you before we get ready to get out of here. It took me half of my life to be able to accept onions in any dish. And the more and more I use them, the more and more I apply them to dishes that I have, it's just heightened. It's just taking my food to another level and taking my palate to another level for accepting those onions.
I'm telling you, man, you gotta get them red onions up in something, because the kick that they have, they're powerful and it's delicious. You just gotta gotta accept. Once you accept the red onion into your life, it's a different story.
Put that in your pillow.
But now look at this right here. As it now has rested a little bit, you see, even though it is not totally closed, that it is one piece. And so now it is solidified together. And even though you see that right there, it is still dripping, but it is, you see how the crunch and how the toasting of the outer of the tortilla makes it hard.
Hey, chef,
so that is another step that is worth it. Yes.
Next time you have to go renew your license plate and you have to go to the DMV, slide one of those in your pocket, man. You get front of the line real quick.
Especially if the dude is working. If you knows, you knows.
Shout
right,
out to dude.
That's right. Yeah, I missed the dude, man. I'm gonna have to get in contact with him. Go ahead and close him out, kids. I don't want to get in the way. Or you want me to?
Yeah, you can close them.
Well, are there any other questions and/or comments?
Chef, I think the only comment we have is we love you. That was an awesome dish. Thanks for putting it together. And I will be chefing up something along these lines myself this week, I'm sure. AKA, I will be coaxing the wife into doing it.
Well, that is very good, and I hope everyone does try this in your homes, because as I believe it was Nomad mentioned earlier, This is the same ingredients that you have. Is just putting the different flavors together in a different way. That will give you a different experience because you eat every day and you eat the same foods every day and you eat them the same way every day, and it gets boring. So give a little excitement to your taste buds and have a party and invite everybody into your mouth. And so make sure you are subscribed to the channel at Chef Trips and at Sports Chicago Style, and a shout out to Coach Tripping, to Trip, and to Triple R, who will be joining you as soon as we can transfer the technical aspects of the feed and all from here in the kitchen of Shea Trips. So until the last Wednesday of every month, which now will be in March. So in the last Wednesday of the week in March, of the month in March, you will be back here for another episode of a MFer in the Kitchen with Chef Trips. Until then, enjoy. Bye.
I love that guy. Thank you, Chef. Wow. You know what? You know what, kids? We all need a little diversity in our diets and our routines and how we, you could be delivering the same food to your diet, right? But how you deliver it to your diet, you know what I mean? There's all kinds of variations to how you can go about that. I love how he did that. I love how he did that. It was all creativity.
He did a great thing there. You asked a really good question with respect to the whole wheat versus either a corn tortilla or white flour. You probably wouldn't notice. You probably wouldn't notice it at all with all of the other things that are going on, the sauce, the just the spices, etc. You probably really wouldn't notice it, especially because it's sort of cooked down in butter, etc. I don't think it would really come off. Other little things, you could try the same general idea with a pita. Just putting that out there. Pita works very similarly with these wraps and frying them. There's like a new phenomenon out here where I'm at. It's called the deep fried or crispy shawarma.
Really?
Oh my goodness. Jumping off the charts right now. Brand new thing. They're sort of doing similar things. They wrap a shawarma up or donair or euro, very similar situation. And they just roll it over in butter and fry that thing down. And it's delicious, man.
Hey, man.
Crazy good. So similar take.
I'd be careful with that.
Yeah, man. I ain't crushing it, but I had to try it. It was super good.
Yeah. You try everything, but oh man, that's almost too good. It's almost like, to me, that's like fried ribs. Like, man, ribs already good and fat as it is.
Yeah.
Oh man. Like,
Yeah,
you know how have you ever had someone that made a really, really good pork belly?
Yeah.
I've been to restaurants that made really, really good pork belly all over Atlanta. And it's so good that you forget the amount of fat that's there. How it's a certain amount of fat that every person needs in their diet, but there is a certain amount. You have to put an exclamation point on that. There's a certain amount of fat that everyone needs in their diet. But once you get to past a certain point, that's too much. Like, pork belly is so good. Like, if you like bacon, pork belly will turn you into a fiend.
Well, it's sort of like Canadian bacon. I don't know if you've had P-meal bacon. Canadian bacon.
Dog.
Yeah.
Anytime I can get Canadian bacon, I'm gonna hurt somebody.
It's good. It's funny, we don't really eat it that frequently in Canada, but when you get the opportunity, you can't pass it up, man. You can't pass it up. It's so good. It's delicious.
Dog. I love Canadian bacon. I don't know what it is about it. it's like a piece of ham on steroids to me.
Yeah.
Mixed with a piece of bacon.
Yeah, yeah. It's like they took ham and bacon and put it in a kumite, and the winner came out. And that's what
That shit is pressure, bro. That shit is pressure. Like I like one time, I was in Columbus, and my girlfriend wanted to eat some pizza at a place, and she told me that they had a good Canadian bacon pizza with
Oh wow.
she wanted to throw pineapples and shit on it. So it'd be like a ham. It's like a Hawaiian pizza.
Shit, like a Hawaiian pizza, but instead of ham or bacon, you got Canadian bacon.
Man, I was like, she had me at Canadian bacon. All she had to do was stop there. That's all she had to do. Shut the fuck up right there and order that shit. But she threw in. I think that's my first experience with Hawaiian pizza, even though it wasn't Hawaiian pizza. It was just her throwing toppings on the thing.
What was your thoughts?
We ate the shit out of that thing. And made love.
Oh wow,
bro.
She did good, bro. All right, she did well,
bro. When you can mix, I'm talking about blend.
Benjamin Williams, you ain't never tried Canadian bacon before,
bro. What you doing in your life? What you doing?
He's right though. He's right. Like there's certain things that when you get the opportunity to do it, you can't pass it up. You gotta if you eat bacon, if you know what I mean, if you eat it, there's folks out there who don't eat pork at all. But if you do, you got to get yourself some Canadian bacon and test it out. Like what this man just put down. I'm in Canada. I ain't never seen Canadian bacon and pineapple on a pizza before. Never heard of this. This is now something I'm going to have to keep my eyes peeled for and potentially put together if available at the pizza joints that I frequent.
Dog, all you have to do is originate it.
That's what I'm saying. I'll put it together if they offer. I don't think I've ever seen a pizza joint offer up Canadian bacon on a pizza where I'm at. It would be so good, but bless that with a little pineapple. Oh snap, that'd be great. So good. And like same token, people out there like, oh, hey, I don't want no pineapple on my pizza. I'm telling you, these two things together gotta be solid gold.
Kids, there's a couple of mind-blown pizzas. I hear you, Patrick. I hear you. You right on with that. But, there's a couple of mind-blown, and this happened more recently than the Canadian bacon and pineapple pizza. This girl that I knew at the last job I was at, an Alfredo barbecue chicken. So the Alfredo,
I knew you were gonna say barbecue chicken pizza, but I didn't predict the Alfredo. I knew where you were going with this. I could smell it. What did they do with the Alfredo? Was it like Alfredo sauce?
It's the Alfredo turned into the red sauces on your normal pizza.
All right.
I'm against white pizza.
And it was barbecue chicken.
Barbecue chicken, bacon, and some what was it? Some banana peppers on that thing.
Yeah. So we do a variation of that, but it's not with Alfredo sauce. It's with barbecue sauce. And like one more time, instead of like red sauce, barbecue sauce. It's sweeter pizza, but it is so surprisingly nice. Like take that with you too. I'm just saying there's some crazy variations that we have up here because like just part of the difference. It's like we're not, pizza traditionalists. I know y'all pizza traditionalists out there, especially in Chicago. We're not. And we get a little bit creative with some of the shit here in Canada. And like I'm telling you, some of the pizza joints here would blow your socks off. No word of a lie. We're not going to give you no deep dish. You got us. But we'll give you very close to a traditional Italian style wood oven pizza that would really surprise you.
I knew it wouldn't, kids. I know people that really do that well are all over the world. They're not just in the United States. They're not just in Chicago. They're in all parts of the world. People, pizza's a real thing. Now, I want to say this to you, man. When she brought that pizza to work, I always told her, and she was one of them people. I told her, Maloney, don't try me. Do not try me with this bullshit ass pizza they got out here. I'm not interested in this bullshit. I like pizza the way it's supposed to be made, with sauce.
Traditional pizza.
Sauce. Yeah, I like it like that. And she's just, I'm gonna prove you wrong. All right. She brought that motherfucker to work, man, and she was like 15 minutes from the place that made the pizza. So she got there in like 7 minutes. Imagine that. And that thing was piping hot when she got there. And she was just like, hey, yo, you got to try this. I bit into it. And she got on my nerves until I tried it. It was like a good minute and a half before I tried it. And it was still piping hot when I bit into it. I told her right when I bit into it, I said, I should have slapped you. And she looked at me and she knew right away, okay. She forgot for a second who she was talking to, like, whoa, and she knew that was a good thing. But for a minute, she was just like, hold up, man. What you on, man? What you on tonight? But it turned out to be, that's my first taste of any pizza that didn't have a red sauce in my life. And she put extra cheese on it. I was like, what?
I'm gonna tell you about the craziest pizza I've ever had, and it's one of the best pizzas as well, and it was a shrimp scampi pizza, bro. So very similar to what you're talking about, white sauce on it, but the white sauce was like, I don't know, it was like a seafood type sauce. One of the
any food can go on pizza.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it was one of the baddest pizzas I've ever had.
You can have breakfast pizza with eggs and bacon and sausage.
What can't go on a pizza?
Pizza, brother.
Well, what can't go on a pizza?
Pasta.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just too much carbs. Like, I know what you're saying. That's like carbs on top of carbs. It's like having rice, noodles on top of rice. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of with you. But outside of that, if we're just talking about an arrangement of vegetables and meats, an assortment, you can pretty much do whatever you want to do. But this shrimp scampi pizza, because my wife she loves seafood, man. We went to this one joint, and I won't say they have the best pizza, way better pizza in town, but this, mixture of flavor jumped off the pizza. I was like, holy crap. Like, I never thought shrimp on pizza would be. Come on. You know what I mean? It was so delicious.
Any meat, any vegetable, I guess. But anything.
Well, let me tell you this.
You gonna put rabbit on there?
I enjoy a Hawaiian pizza. I do. But I was ordering Hawaiian pizza one night, and I was like, let me substitute that ham for some Canadian bacon.
See, that's what we talking about.
And cheese. Let me get that mozzarella. You know what I mean? And so it's like with the pineapple and the Canadian bacon, and then the mozzarella, and then it was delicious. And then like some black olives. Oh, come
on. Patrick Higgins. He goes, Kansas, that Bloodsport movie reference was good. That shrimp piece of shit ain't right. That's a bridge too far. I'm telling you, Patrick, if you like shrimp, there's a spot, man. The shrimp scampi pizza blew my mind. I didn't think.
I think it's too much, man.
This is what I thought, but my wife was like, you know what? I'm getting this because I love shrimp. I want to taste this. So just like you, very similar. She was like, look, you need to try this. This is badass. And I was like, come on now. And I gotta agree with her. It was a pretty badass.
Saying anything. Next thing you know, it's cut up hot dogs on there.
No. But like really, you'll find all kinds of different toppings you can test out on a pizza. But being in Canada, I've never done Canadian bacon on a pizza. I have to say this, and I'm gonna go fucking hunt for this shit now.
All right, how about this? How about this? Since we're gonna roll a little bit instead of, how about this, man? What y'all think about this?
Let's see, smothered turkey wings. Yeah, good stuff.
Ingredients: onion, bell pepper, sage, turkey wings, veggie broth. Okay, so that's the smothered flour, bay leaves, and chicken broth. So you're smothering it in veggie and chicken broth, correct?
Dog, it's the broth brings the vegetable broth, and this is just me from trial and error. You'd be surprised what that vegetable broth, the flavors of all those vegetables mixed up in that broth can bring to the table and up under those turkey wings and help give it an herbaceous flavor. The sage, that's going to give you that kind of Thanksgiving kind of flavor. The bay leaf is going to just round the whole thing out. This is my particular recipe. And it's just from making some turkey wings over and over. Like my pops, he liked when I did this with the legs. He liked the turkey legs to be done like this. But me, I'm a wing guy. But man, this will put a hurting on everybody around you.
Okay. You're about a couple months too late for me, but because I kind of like dodge turkey for like 6 months after Christmas, maybe 9 months. 9 months.
Have you ever bought like turkey wings or turkey legs parts?
I'm not gonna go do that because then the tryptophan will kick my ass and I'll wake up somewhere.
Okay, let's simplify this thing. So, are you more of a turkey white meat person or a turkey dark meat person?
Dark meat, though.
Okay, so this makes a lot more sense in that regard. When you say trips, because I ain't a turkey white meat person. I'll eat it if it's done right.
Yeah, I'm more of a dark meat guy myself. But these wings, it's just historically, when you think of turkey, you think of Thanksgiving.
You think of the holidays. That's it.
Right, the holidays, Christmas. From the end of November through January is when you eat turkey.
Yeah,
and then it's like, well, for so long it was all about the butterball in the oven being nice and golden brown and juicy and not dry. And then the little thing popped out when it was done after about 6-8 hours. You know what I mean? And then it was like, oh shit, we tired of that. Let's fry them. And so now you got people, blowing shit up, trying to fry turkeys. But when it, comes out, this is good. It's just a different flavor profile for the same old bird. But having year-round individual parts of the bird, like maybe get you a turkey neck and put in some beans or some greens or something, just for the meat and not for the meat, but for the flavor, while you slow cook those beans or vegetables or whatever they are. But the smothered turkey wings, I don't know if you are familiar with, but Taste of Chicago, every year when I was little, they started having in the 70s. But one of the things was a roasted or barbecued turkey drumstick. It's the same at the Renaissance Fair. That was their thing. Being a little fat ass kid, that's all I look forward to. Is like, oh, the Ren Fair. It's like, yeah, ye olde, yeah. Where's the turkey drumstick?
It turned into a whole movement called the Turkey Leg Hut, bro.
Huh?
It turned into a whole movement in Texas called the Turkey Leg Hut.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! It's like they franchise that shit.
Nice. Well, I mean, but just the drumstick, the leg, you know what I mean? Yeah. Just that one part of the bird is like can run a franchise. So, but the wings, when you smoke them, but this smothered them, it's just a different flavor of turkey than you're used to.
Yeah,
it's different than the Thanksgiving or the holiday stuff that you're used to. This is more of a southern. It's like, hey, your grandmama from where down south? She got people down there too. Yeah, me too. You know what I mean? This is one of those comfort foods that has the layers of flavor, with the vegetable broth, with the chicken broth, and your favorite, the bay leaf. Yes, throw that motherfucker up in there. And it just warms you from the soul on out. And then you serve it over maybe some rice, You know what I mean? So you have all the gravy and all that juice absorbing, maybe some mashed taters, you know, and a nice vegetable on the side. And this is a very healthy meal because you know turkey is not fattening. You know, in the broths, you know, use the whole wheat flour instead of the white, and it's you know a healthy twist, flavorful, comforting comfort food meal. And if
Very
you want to get jiggy with it, you know, go ahead and bake you some mac and cheese.
Yeah, very true, man. Listen, and I'm gonna go to this comment that Paul Rodriguez put up there. He says turkey is a dry ass bird. And my entire let's just say again, half of my adult life, that's exactly how I view turkey. I would avoid turkey like it's got shit, like it's shit on a stick. I just don't want nothing to do with it for half of my life because I ate dried turkey as a child. And I'm just like, I don't want no turkey, man. Because what's left over for the kids in my home was all that shit in the middle of the turkey. That's the breast, that's the, you know, the breastplate and whatever is else left around there because all the adults ate all the good stuff, the legs, the wings, and all you that's what it was. And that's how I viewed turkey all my life. But you know what? I haven't eaten dried turkey since I was a little boy because over time people have learned to really freak turkey out. And I'm talking about in the dopest way possible. And this is one of the dope ass ways to do it. How you go about this is you take these things, and the best thing you can do with the turkey, I don't care whether it's turkey
Taste the
part,
shit out of it, bro.
baste it once you got it cooking, but brine it first.
Yeah, okay.
Just let it soak up in something.
Yeah.
Brine it first. And my suggestion to you all, and I think a really good flavor that is underrated with this particular fowl is orange. Slice up some oranges in your seasoned brine. I mean, really slice those oranges up, some good navel oranges, throw them in a brine and put all the seasonings you would put on that turkey in there and let that thing sit for about 12 hours. And what you come out with is immaculate. Bro, you can do the same thing with duck. But since we're talking about turkey, this is you know, I don't know who's tried that out there that can hear me, but use orange in a brine. Maybe use some peppercorns or whatever. You like a little bit more spicier stuff, but this is a good mixture for your turkey. And then once you brown them in the skillet, good browning on both sides of that thing, you put them in the oven and you start making your roux. The roux is what you finish it with.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. That's some definitely some good stuff. And the brine is important because it sucks that gamey flavor out of it and it moisturizes it. And the difference that the orange would make, I would think, would be the acidic aspect of it.
Absolutely.
And because of the orange is basically not liquid, but very hydrated, very wet, very what's the word I'm looking for, kids? That it'll stay moist for a long time on the interior because it's just full of juice. Yeah. You know, the pulp is just full of juice. So you put that in there, and then that flavor, you know, is cutting into the gaminess, and then it's just giving it that little twinge. And you never taste the orange per se, but it does enhance the flavor of everything together.
You can do anything with it after you've done brining it. You can fry it, bake it. You can throw that thing on the grill. But the fact that you brine it is the acidity from that orange or whatever you put in there that's got acid is going to tenderize that meat overnight. And so by the time you've done that the right way and had it cook a long enough time, it's going to be fall off the bone kind of meat. It's going to be no problem pulling it apart, pulling the bones apart and getting to that meat whatsoever. None. There's no resistance to it.
And the thing about turkey wings is that there's a lot of meat on them there bones.
Oh yeah, you're having a good meal. You're having a turkey wing. Even like you might even be able to share that damn thing, but you're having a good meal.
I ain't say all that.
He ain't sharing it with nobody. Is a translation.
I can mop all four of these.
Oh, word? Really?
Oh yeah.
Damn.
I wouldn't at one sitting, but give me a couple of days, it's over.
Okay, all right.
All
right. Okay. All right.
Well, hey, smothered turkey wings.
Shit, there's leftovers still.
Dog, man, these ain't gonna
what we
last.
have over there.
Anything that got gravy on it ain't gonna last at my house.
Okay.
Ain't gonna last. I love gravy, man, but I'm a smart individual and I don't use gravy as much as I would like. That's just called being disciplined about life. You know what I'm saying? Gravy ain't the best thing in the world to a very, very healthy meat. That's very it's probably fattier now because people it's not a wild bird anymore. It's people farm turkeys now, and so they get a little fatter. So, when it was a free ranging fowl, it was a whole lot less fat to it. But now, turkeys are pretty fat, and you got to trim some of that off, and that requires a whole other conversation about pulling that skin back and trimming off some of that fat inside that thing. But that's a job that like I only do because I don't like all that fat in my stuff.
Yeah, but I would look at it as that it's not a huge layer of fat, like a hog or anything. That's just more flavor for the cooking. That's more self-basting, if you will.
Is that what they're calling it now?
Hey, stick around, turn on the winds. We about to get to it, man. We're gonna skip the drinks for the night, man, and get right to the football. We got one more thing to get to, and that is this, man.
Every football player got to eat some damn food. So let's go on to the next. What we got next?
That's kind of how we turn into football players, eating so much.
That's pretty true.
This next one, you guys like this?
Beef and broccoli.
You know what? I love
it. When you want a little Chinese food.
I love this, actually. So beef and broccoli, ingredients: garlic, cornstarch, broccoli, beef broth, flank steak, sesame oil, oyster sauce, and ginger. This is like the one time in all time where flank steak and me are good friends. Not a big fan of the flank steak, but in a beef and broccoli,
you do it in skirt steak too, man. Skirt steak will work here.
Okay, perfect. You know what I mean? It's just generally not a fan of flank, but
any kind of beef, basically.
Any kind of beef should do. And
I mean, if you want to get ghetto with it, ground beef.
I would not do that is ghetto. Yes.
Don't do that.
That's why it's ghetto.
Yes,
but it's still beef.
It is beef. It is ghetto, and that is a different spin on this particular dish. But I guarantee you, it would taste great. Same token, it's just not really the profile you're looking for.
Man, be quiet, man. Golly, let's talk about beef and broccoli the way it's supposed to be, man. You ghetto fine this shit. Come on, man.
Hey. Yeah, I would add some mushrooms to this, though.
Okay, I'm not like I say, I'm not a mushroom purist.
I've had this in different places. I've had beef and broccoli everywhere I've been. If there's an Asian restaurant around that delivered Asian, I've had beef and broccoli in that place, and I've been all over the place. And I've had a version of it that had mushrooms. That was good.
No soy sauce in this mix?
Huh?
Well, that's an add-on condiment.
I love it.
I missed it. I missed it, kids. That was supposed to be in there.
Well, a splash in there. But if you're gonna do that, when you grilling that beef, throw a little shot of Worcestershire up in there too.
Okay, yeah, for a little kick. Yeah. I agree.
You won't need it once you got the soy. The soy has got so much sodium in it.
Yeah,
so I would suggest anybody that's going to make this at home get the low sodium soy sauce, and you won't need the Worcestershire.
Okay.
The soy is going to give everything the Worcestershire would bring to the table, and some. Plus, you got beef broth in there. All that's going to come together, and that's going to make all that flavor that you like with that sesame oil included. Yeah, it's going to be there. It's going to get there where you're looking at.
Top it with a few sesame seeds.
Yeah, absolutely, some sesame seeds, and that sesame oil will bring the flavor right out of this thing.
Not for me. I don't dig the sesame seeds on this.
Oh no, we ain't talking like a lot. You just sprinkle a little bit on top, man. Good for
just a little dusting. Or to do the Salt Bay do with the little just a little dusting.
Yeah, beef and broccoli, fellas, is my go-to when it comes to Asian food. Like no matter where I go, it's gonna be, you know, what it used to be for a long, long time until I start moving around away from here and start tasting it in other places. It used to be shrimp egg foo young. I love shrimp egg foo young and the gravy that comes with it. But it, like, if you're used to eating it a certain way in your vicinity, everything else is going to taste different. You know what I mean? So it's like,
man, I done had beef, egg foo young, shrimp egg foo young, whatever. You can go to, you know, this chop suey place or that Chinese restaurant. All of them make the sauce different. Some of them don't even make the sauce.
I'm gonna buy it.
They go by the hoisin. They go by the hoisin sauce.
You got, like, they ain't making their own hoisin. They're buying the hoisin.
Well, no, but some of them do, and you get spoiled because it's like, oh yeah, I order from Hung Foods all the time because they make the shit I like, and then you order from Low Max's and they don't make the same. They make the same menu items, but they use different spices, different seasonings. They cook it different.
I guarantee you, those are two real Chinese restaurants.
Kansas, you guys want to hear something weird, man? And I'm probably not alien when I say this, but I'm gonna say it. So when me and my girlfriend make a whole Asian order, whether it's beef and broccoli, shrimp egg foo young, whether it's, you know, she loves chicken lo mein,
crab rangoon.
It might come from 2 or 3 different places. We make the same.
Snap!
Literally, it'll be like we order from here, we order from here, we order from here, or 2 places, whatever it is. But we might get Asian, and they might come in a couple, 2 or 3 different orders because you know, you like this there and you like that there.
That's wild, bro. I've never had the balls to do that. I think that's probably the best way to say it, because there's some, like, I've got some pretty good Asian food just up and around this joint that I'm living in, man. This suburb, and one of the joints makes these egg rolls. They do 2 things that blew my mind. So they make these egg rolls, and they're huge. They are massive, and they're super good. You know, top 2 egg rolls in town, and I don't mind going there. The same joint makes it's a battered shrimp and bacon, and I don't know how else to describe it other than it's one of the most delicious things I've ever experienced. Super, super good. But then there's another joint, and it's a little bit further away, and they have the best chicken balls in town. And like, what makes it so good is their sauce is amazing. And they like, when you receive it, like, they package it, it's all marinated in the sauce. It's so good. Like, a lot of the time you get your chicken balls outside of the sauce and you get the sauce separate. These folks marinate the sauce on top. It is delicious and it's purposeful. And you know, them joints that have been around for like 40 years, you know, they're doing something right. And this is what this particular spot does that is righter than everybody else. They marinate their chicken balls, and they're super good. But one of these days, I'm gonna do like a hodgepodge, like you're saying, and go link up a couple of different spots.
It's a good idea, bro.
It's a good. I've never even thought about doing this. This is like this is a very, very good suggestion. One of these days, we're gonna do this for sure.
You know what's strikingly good about it? Let's just say you're like me and you ordered all the stuff I said, the lo mein, the beef and broccoli, you ordered the, you know, shrimp fried rice, whatever those 3 items are. Here comes the lo mein first, and then y'all kind of trying to give it a second before y'all dig in, but like, I don't know when it's gonna come. I'm seeing the order is getting close. Let's start eating lo mein first. Let's start eating that. Next thing you know, you got to stop eating that, and it's right on time. Here comes the next.
Nova, she's in.
It's surprisingly a good synopsis, bro. I didn't know that.
Like, it's coming out of the kitchen at a certain pace.
Right. You got to get up from your meal for a second, but you're glad that the next part of the meal is coming.
So the wife is in. She's just chimed in. We're definitely going to do this, babes. We're going to do this. We're going to go, like, do a little tour and grab like one dish out of a couple of different Chinese food restaurants, Asian food restaurants, and come back and put them all together instead of just, because this is like it's like a dilemma that I've always recognized but never really thought my way around. It's like, oh, you know, like this joint's got this, that, and third, but they don't have this. I wish it had
that
this.
other joint got that.
This other joint is their specialty, and you know what? Forget it. Let's just go get them specialty items, make it a 5 specialty item night, and just crush it. I think it's
because the only thing I like from that one restaurant over there is a shrimp and lobster sauce. So that's the only thing I'm gonna get.
You know what, kids? If you're out and about and you're going to scoop it, what the good thing about how Asian people deliver their food is kind of foolproof, and it really, really maximizes the amount of heat it retains. And so it's not like it's gonna like, oh man, I got it home and that's not how it's done. Like they really like here, I'm just talking about around me, the kind of packages you get that stuff in, it's still gonna be hot. Even you stopped up another place or two before you got it to the house. It's gonna be pretty good.
Well, you know what? Like back in the days, that would be a problem. The air fryer kind of fixes everything. You know what I mean? It's not as long as I don't have to put it in the microwave. Microwave ruins everything. If I can drop that in the air fryer and it comes in a minute or two, it'll come back out the way that it was planned. And I'm totally happy with that. But this is a great idea, sir. I truly have to say this. This is a great idea. I'm going to definitely frequent a couple of my spots with the missus. We'll go on tour. Maybe on the weekend, we'll go on tour, find some of these spots, put it all together, and have a nice dinner.
Hey man, last thing, and I'm gonna read it off one more time before we get out of here. We got Bears to talk about, and for the people that came for that, you're about to get a treat because we got some guys to talk about, and plus some news about the Bears to talk about. But beef and broccoli, the ingredients that I left out is the soy sauce. That's my fault. But the ingredients: garlic, cornstarch, of course, broccoli, beef broth, flank steak / skirt steak will really do. It cooks a whole lot faster. I'll just say that. The skirt steak cooks a lot faster. But sesame oil, oyster sauce is a really, 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 really underrated ingredient in some good beef and broccoli gravy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if y'all knew that, but I'm telling y'all, get you some damn oyster sauce, bro.
Oyster sauce is shit. It's the shit, bro.
Yeah.
It really brings out a very nice flavor for something like this.
Yeah. And ginger, be very prejudiced with the amount that you put on there.
Yeah, very, very overpowering flavor. A little goes a long way.
Just be careful with that. If you ain't used to using ginger in your food, trust me, get a pinch of it. I'm like literally whatever you can get in between your 2 fingers. And then work from there. If it's not strong enough, then the next time you go about it, use a little bit more. But I'm telling you, ginger is extremely strong in its flavor, and it can overpower this really quickly if you haven't used it before.
Right on. What do we got next? We doing drink?
Well, I wanted to get to the Bears unless y'all wanted to. Y'all want to get to the drinks real quick? We can do it.
No,
we got a couple of minutes.
No, we can hold off on the drinks to keep them.
We'll do Bears. I think Bears is of the utmost importance.
But before we do that, King Buka, what up, bro? Chef Boy Triple RG doing this thing. He already did. And what would you give that menu name of what Chef Trips made tonight? What would you call it?
A fish frittata.
No, what was this thing you called it before, Nomad?
A fish taco.
No.
Fish taquito?
It was like a taquito. I call it a po' boy taquito.
Po' boy fish taquito.
Yeah.
With homemade roux sauce?
Remoulade.
Nice. So that's what went down earlier there, King. I'm sure the replay will be up eventually, and then you can catch it and check it out, because from what I can tell, this was one of the meals that is kind of easy, healthy, inexpensive, and quick to make. And that's what Chef Trips is all about.
That was a great one, man. Make sure you send my compliments to the chef about that one. That's something definitely going to happen around here. definitely going to happen around here. Yeah, I'm all about trying to get some diversity in the diet, man, and trying to deliver the same stuff, but in a different way all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to talk about some Bears, man. You ready? You ready, Trip?
Yeah, let's go.
So first thing is this.
Send it.
Some of the news that we've been talking about for a few weeks now, I think we've been talking about the idea, at least 2 weeks, and talking about the idea that Tyson Bagent might get traded, and there's some interest in him. The first thing I heard about was the Cardinals were interested in him, and you know, it was until you hear Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson talk about it, it's just rumor. You don't really give too much credence to the speculation, right? But they gave absolute credence to it while they were interviewing at the combine. And Tyson Bagent, and you know what I enjoyed about it is you heard all of the feelings that we spoke about here on the channel and the thoughts that we passed around about, okay, do you think it's a good idea to hold on to him because we're about to make a run? Or is it better that you can get whatever value you can get from this guy and, you know, take your collateral from it? And all of that came out in the interviews. I've seen every interview that Ryan Poles had. I've seen every Ben Johnson interview that he had, and it was the same. They really like that guy, and I don't blame them. There's a lot of time spent developing Tyson Bagent, and you should be a little reluctant, especially when you feel like you have a championship caliber team, and you need a qualified backup in case you know shit hits the fan. And so for those reasons that we talked about here for a week or two, you should consider whether whatever people are offering you for Tyson Bagent, whatever those phone calls are, you better make sure you know that, you know, if you part ways with Tyson Bagent, just know what you just gave up. And if you do, I know the draft pick sounds good to a lot of people, but it's just a draft pick. You got to make a run. So I think they're caught in a dilemma. I really do. I really do. I really do. I believe, hey kids, and I believe Tyson Bagent is worthy of going to another team, the right team, and getting a starter opportunity. I believe he's earned that.
Atlanta, Miami, Vegas, not Vegas, but Cardinals.
Arizona.
I don't care where it is, but so long as he gets an opportunity.
Ian Cunningham wants him.
They talked about making sure they do the right thing for Tyson if that happens. And so they're gonna put him somewhere where he gets an opportunity to start. So that's what they basically said.
So Ben said that. So you know, press conferences galore this week. It was pretty cool. We got some good insight into what's going on or what might be going on as we jump into the combine tomorrow. So with respect to Tyson Bagent, basically Ben Johnson said that he's one of 32 quarterbacks that should be starting in the NFL, in his opinion. And that, to me, says quite a bit. You know, there are quarterbacks out there for certain teams that probably should not necessarily be their starter. And that's really the comment that he made. So putting him in that echelon is it kind of shows
respect.
You know, it does. It definitely shows the respect that Tyson Bagent has earned from his head coach. And in my opinion, that's worth its weight in solid gold, considering what the head coach has done with quarterback play since his tenure in the NFL. Jared Goff, Caleb Williams, etc. Right. So I think that says quite a bit. But them just sort of acknowledging Ryan Poles, more or less acknowledging, yeah, this was sort of a nice thing to hear about, you know, that there is interest in Tyson potentially. That was really cool to hear, in my opinion, because I didn't expect him to acknowledge that. I was much more under the impression that these are rumors that are flying around during the offseason. You know, it's lying season, you know, all sorts of BS happens. But they actually acknowledged it, and I think that's cool. And Patrick, I'm in full agreement And here's where we get to that number 2. League thinks he can play. I think he can play. I think he has.
It's never gonna get that high.
Here's why I think it might. Why I think it might get to, like, they should be asking for a 2. And why I think they should be asking for a 2 is this reason and this reason alone. The few backup quarterbacks who have been traded for and started for other teams, for the most part, have all been traded for a second-round pick. Jimmy G is an example of this. There's 2 other examples, and they're just a little bit older than I can remember off the top of my head. But Jimmy G is probably the most recent backup pick to move for number 2. For the most part, if you're a backup quarterback, they wait for you to be out of contract and pick you up in free agency. That's just sort of how it goes. But if you're trading for number 2, if you're trading for a backup quarterback to become your starter, for the most part, it has been for a number 2 pick out there in the NFL. So that's where I would start the conversation. The question is, who has potentially 2 second-round picks that would make it easy for them to part with one of those second-round picks? Very hard to say. I'm not sure who does out there. I'll have to really take a closer look and see. But we all know who needs them.
Well, there's a multitude of teams that need them and can use them. But just looking at Atlanta, Ian Cunningham is very familiar with Tyson Bagent, knows everything about the kid. Atlanta is in a situation where they ain't got no money. So they caps, they're releasing players, a lot of dead cap going on, Kirk Cousins aside. They franchise tag Pitts. So they want somebody to throw the ball to Pitts. They need somebody to quarterback, and they can't count on Penix, because of his issues. So T-Bag is a perfect candidate, low risk, high reward kind of fellow who is under contract for the next couple years at a very low market share. And a second round pick, it might be a little ambitious if there's a bidding war, but I would say third round pick is totally legit. So
you mean Tyson Bagent, right?
Huh?
You mean Tyson Bagent, right?
Yeah.
Well, he called.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, right?
For the shorts, nobody will know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's been 2 years now.
We know that. We know that, but everybody does.
Clues, references. But yeah, so he is, a perfect candidate to fit in the interim that a team like the Falcons are in. So, depending on who now becomes a question.
There's the other two.
Do you want to bring in, whatever quarterback Ben Johnson says, yeah, I want to develop this kid, or do you bring in a veteran and then, or, whatever route that goes down is a front office and a head coach, quarterback kind of thing is like, what do we do here? But if the price is right, you got to do it because you can't keep it forever.
Well, hold on for
so
one
it's
second.
like, damn.
Hold on for a second, Trips, because Patrick throwing something in here. Matt Castle, he's talking about Kevin Cobb.
Yeah.
Cobb was traded for seconds. I just imagine, and I don't know. I would imagine that those two guys that were backups were probably on championship teams or really, really close to championship teams. I know Matt Castle was on championship team. I know that. Kevin Cobb, I don't know.
Who the coach? I can't remember who but a coach had coached him at one location, left that team, moved to, I think the Cowboys, moved to another team, and wanted him to come with because he saw the way that he played, and kind of got them to offer a second for Matt Castle. So that's kind of how the Matt Castle thing worked.
I think he's worth a second? Fuck yeah. But
especially when the market
I think that's where you set the bar at. I think that's where you set the bar in
Mhm.
negotiations to
Mhm.
make sure that you know that the person that you're talking to across that phone knows that this is where we are with them.
Yeah, there was a car dealership that said we will not be undersold. What is that? Solosi Edelson? Mob ties and all.
Ooh.
But yeah, it's you don't want to price yourself out of the market, but then you don't want to undersell yourself. You want to capitalize on the value and then keep the process going with the development of players by these coaches. So, this is part of the process. Develop a player, and if there's no room for him to get on the field, which there isn't because we, have our franchise quarterback, you flip him for assets and keep the process going. We are not used to doing that with this organization because we've sucked for so long. So there
Yeah.
was no a lot of development and flipping of assets.
You have to
But
do it.
new generation.
I mean, all right.
You have to do it when you have the opportunity.
I got to keep the conversation moving because every time Tripp start talking about flipping of assets, it's just he gets flipping about football players, and I get a little testy about that. But
No, it's not about.
he's not wrong, and you're not wrong. But the way Tripp says it just really. I'm just telling you, this is how I am about it.
I know you're pro player, but
we're gonna keep that. This conversation will go on for the next 45 minutes if
All right.
but we got to keep the ball rolling.
All right.
Another thing that came out during these conversations is Tremaine Edmonds is given he was given an opportunity to go seek a trade. It's what we thought it was going to be at the end. His contract was a little too much, and they was going to have to cut bait with it one way or another. But what this looks like to me is giving other teams opportunity. If you like Tremaine Edmonds and you think he can be an asset to your team, is your chance to jump on him before he hits free agency. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I'll tell you.
I think this. I think every team will, unless you have a real serious, like there's a couple teams out there that have a serious linebacker problem. There's always a couple teams that's going to be like that every year. Somebody might jump on that, but I seriously doubt it. I think they'll wait until he hits free agency and it'll go from there.
If Matt Eberflus still had a job, this might work. Kudos to the Chicago Bears for at least doing a couple things. First thing is sort of going to Tremaine and saying, you know what, we really don't want to let you go, but we're probably going to wind up letting you go. And that's really how this conversation had to go.
Hey, kids, hold on for just 1 second. Before this goes to another level, I just want to say thank you to Tremaine for giving his body, everything he has to the Chicago Bears. And it's rare in this podcast business that people will give you your flowers that you deserve for giving your body and your spirit to the Chicago Bears for the time that you gave it to us. I'm telling you right now, we appreciate you over here at the Nomad Network. If you ever hear it, I just wanted to let you know that you respect it over here. And, sometimes money gets in the way of things, and we appreciate you for being here, man, because I know it takes a lot.
Thank you for doing that. Sometimes we get right into the business of football and, away from, giving a little bit of kudos where kudos are deserved. I am going to say that I had personal problems with respect to the contract versus the man in the first few years of Tremaine Edmonds' play here with this team. But once the head coaching shift happened, we saw, in my opinion, a completely different Tremaine Edmonds. I thought Tremaine Edmonds played his contract, played to the level of his contract in a major way this season. And it's really unfortunate that he got hurt when he did, because in my opinion, I thought he was having a Pro Bowl caliber season, right? Like a bunch of interceptions. He was really playing the ball well. We saw a different Tremaine Edmonds this season than we had in the past. Again, maybe it was just because it was a contract year, I don't think so. I think Tremaine Edmonds in this scheme is much better than Tremaine Edmonds in Flus's scheme. All that to say, love you, man. You were amazing. And I really hope this once I'm finished talking about your contract situation now. So them looking towards letting him go has everything to do with the dollar and leadership, etc. I think all of those things are traits that he brings to the table and reasons why they potentially want to keep him here in Chicago. So giving him an opportunity to go out there and seek a trade really positions it like this. They can get out of the contract case scenario as far as the dollars and cents is concerned and potentially score a pick. So it's twofold. It's a brilliant move by Ryan Poles. It also gives Tremaine that understanding that really they don't really want to let you go, bro. So what's more likely to happen, because I don't see anybody taking on that contract, but maybe they will, given the level and caliber of play he put down last season. If they do, Bears lose, like free up all that cap room, also gain a selection in this draft, and I think that's the master stroke from Ryan Poles.
I'll give you a default scenario, kids. He comes back here on a restructured contract.
I don't think that's what happens. I think he comes back here after a straight up cut.
And then they're restructured.
Well, then it's not a restructure. Then it's a whole new contract.
Yeah, you're right. But he comes here.
It's a whole new contract. I think it's
a long shot, bro. It's a long shot.
Well, I don't. Here's why I don't think it's a long shot. The only reasons that I don't think it's a long shot is if he gets cut, the facts of the matter is his contract is null and void, and he's back in the mix with all the other linebackers out there in the NFL. His caliber of linebacking with respect to commanding a very high-end contract somewhat disappears. So he's going to be within the $7 to $8 million market as opposed to the $15 to $17 million a year market. That's affordable for any team, including the Chicago Bears. And it might just be hey, look, we had to cut you, but we want you right back. If somebody pays you more, cool. But for $8 million on the market, let's go.
Is that the door's still open, for a price. And we're not asking you to take that expression that I really hate, a team-friendly deal.
Yeah.
Like, no, go get your money, but if the price is right, you're welcome back. I don't know if that's the case, but cool. But one thing that, among all the other things that we can appreciate, his catchphrase for the season, it's Chicago.
Chicago. Love it.
You know what I mean? So, shout out to him for that. And
yeah,
that's what it is. Players change, faces change, and it's like, well, what do we do? And so at least Ryan Poles put it out there. It's like, hey, anybody want him? Come get him, because next week, he's gonna be out in the market, and y'all got to compete with each other for him. So we know that there will be changes coming, and the way that Ryan Poles talk, Tremaine ain't the only one.
No,
yeah, thank you for leading me into the next part of this before we get into some players that we got to get to. We got a few to get to, man.
Sweet.
And it does look increasingly accurate that Jaquan Brisker.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, man, before I get to absolutes here. I do think they want to bring Kevin Byard back here, and they're willing to do at least almost everything that Kevin Byard wants, but not everything. And in order to get him back, it might exclude Jaquan Brisker because of it. And so I think he made that clear in his press run. It's like, we got to wait till some stuff shake out before we get to some absolutes about the safety position. But he made it clear verbally, and so did Ben Johnson, that they got to get that done with Kevin Byard.
Yeah. I think you are bang on with all of that statement. The Brisker situation, as much as I love the player, and again, thank you for your service. Thank you for being the Chicago Bear that you were, Jaquan, and are. I'm super appreciative of everything that you've put on the field. You put that just, give 0 Fs out there and give 100% when you're on the field just about every time. No business decisions, all business, right? So, mad kudos to you. Unfortunately, the reality to me is, from a dollars and cents perspective, you've played yourself into a position where you're going to make a lot of money, brother. Like, just facts. You're going to make a lot of money from somebody. Somebody's going to pay you a lot of money. This team is well underwater with regards to dollars and cents. They made a couple of bad deals over the last season, in my opinion. There's a lot of money that's been spent in places where I don't know if they're really going to see ROI. That being the case, you're somewhat a casualty, but calling that what it is, you do stand to make $12 to $15 million on the market within the safety market, and that's hype. That's good. That's good cheese, doc. Get it. Get that paper. Do what you have to do, and don't look back. It has nothing to do with the fans. The fans love you. I think the organization loves you too. You were lights out in this playoff season. Like, the boy played like you wouldn't believe in the playoffs.
It's going to be half of that, kid.
Huh?
It's going to be half of it.
You think it's going to be half?
Because he missed the entire season with
2 years ago. Fair. But he didn't miss the entire season this season. He played the entire season out. Right?
I don't know anybody. And I think Flus did him the worst. I think the fact that he left him out, and I think he blames Flus for that. But that's a whole other conversation. That really hurt his market value. And there's a lot of people that need Jaquan Brisker, and he is valuable and he's worth.
So you're saying
$15 million, but I don't think his market value is going to land there.
Well, this is what you're saying right now is some real shit, Nomad, because that leaves him in a very similar situation as potentially Tremaine Edmonds.
Yes.
I don't know. In my opinion, I think the market for Jaquan, because of his youth, is closer to $12 to $15 million in the safety market, which is
deserves that.
I know, but bear with me. It leads the market. If you're saying that due to the injury history, which is significant, that comes back down. That brings him back down to a reality of about $8 million, right around where we were saying Tremaine would be. I think the Bears can stomach that. So again, it would be a situation where they'd have to cut him, allow him to go, be the free agent that he is, get what he gets out there on the market, or potentially come back here at a much lower price tag.
I'd be afraid if I was Jaquan.
I think he is.
I'd be afraid of the market because of what happened the previous.
Because of the injury history. I'm with you.
I mean, the market ain't friendly. That's just that's just a feather in the cap of people sitting around with money and able to judge your performance and your availability because, you missed a whole year. They can take that into negotiation. Hey, we're going to give you. It's not good. Jaquan Brisker, even though he had a kick-ass end of the season and he played the entire season, that's really good for him. But I'm telling you, it's going to put his market value, I say, anywhere between, if he gets $6 to $8 million, I think he's lucky. I think he's lucky.
No,
just because of that. I'm just telling you, man. I don't think very highly of people with money and giving people their deserved share of the money. They're gonna try to beat him down to a pulp.
I think he gets 10 to 12 on a 2-year deal. That's my guess. And the 2-year deal is very specific to the length of all that injury history. We'll see how he goes. We'll renegotiate after 2. If he's been healthy, we go again. If he hasn't been healthy, gives us an early out. But I think the man gets paid 10 to 12 as opposed to 12 to 15. But that's his market right now from a re-sign perspective with the Bears. And unfortunately, the Bears do not have $15 million to spend on a safety.
All right. I'll tell you what, man, because this conversation can go on and on and on for a long time. before I get into this, I just wanted to lead the conversation. And the Bears made contact. Let's just say they had conversations at the combine with several players. It was let me see, 5 players. Caden McDonald, of course, from Ohio State. They talked to him. Christian Miller, 3 techs from out of Georgia. It's actually 4 guys. Akeem Mesidor, who is the first guy that we're going to talk about,
Ottawa, Ontario, Canada,
who is on the thumbnail, interestingly enough, and also another guy that we just talked about the last show that we did, the Godfather,
Dante Corleone.
They had a conversation with him. How y'all think about, what do y'all think about that, man? Scouting around here on the Nomad Network, I just wanted to say this to the Nomaniacs and people that support what we do around here. There's a reason. I don't give a shit who you go around and what podcast you watch. You might watch them all. Nobody's dialed in as these people over here on this channel.
So I'm gonna say this out loud. So 2 years ago, my cousin sent me a text message. My cousin in Florida. Shout out Shorty. She sent me a text message and she goes, "Who's Akeem?" And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." She goes, "You know, your son." I was like, "What?" She goes, "Yeah. How many kids you have again?" I was like, "What do you?" She's like, I was like, "You've been met my son already. I don't have any kids named Akeem." She's like, "Are you sure?" And she shows me a picture of Akeem Mesidor. And I look at this kid, I'm like, damn, this kid looked a lot like me when I was about 17 years old. Like, where did you find this picture? Because, like I say, I know Akeem, and Akeem grew up here, and he didn't have the dreadlocks and all that, or the goatee. When he was a little kid, he didn't have any of that. He was just a little kid running around. So now I see this picture of Akeem. I'm like, damn, yeah, Akeem looked just like me. Actually, this is crazy. She's like, yeah, I thought it was one of you. I thought you might be the baby daddy and just didn't tell us. So I'm like, this is the wildest claim. She's like, yeah, he's out here playing. He's playing for Florida. He's playing for Miami. So it was a hilarious conversation. But since that, I've been watching him and paying a little bit of attention to this kid. And again, this is a kid that I watched when he was growing up. He's always been a beast, man. He's always been a monster on the edge. And it proves that he's not just a monster on the edge. He's a monster 3-tech. He'll go inside. He'll go outside. This is the kid that I hope winds up with the Chicago Bears. I'm just going to say that out loud now. I have my fingers crossed. I'm hoping Akeem Mesidor becomes a Chicago Bear at the end of all of this conversation with regards to the 2026 draft. That is my hopes.
Can I tell you something interesting about his story?
What?
What's interesting is he is an edge rusher.
Yeah.
But he's such a big kid. He's like 6'3", 6'4", about 275.
Yeah.
Last year, and they had a very interesting team. There were some guys that came off that roster and ended up in the pros, and they're pretty good. They were light on the interior of that defense. And they asked him, we need you to kick inside and play D tackle. He didn't argue. He boosted his body weight up to about like 280, 285, somewhere in that neighborhood. I think some people, I might have heard them say 290, somewhere in that neighborhood. But I don't
290 in this picture, but I'm with you.
No. This is all this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think 280, 285 was probably more realistic when they asked him to kick inside. I remember watching him because I was watching other guys like Simeon Barrow that was on that defense last year. He was an edge rusher. He was more of a 3-4 kind of guy, but long story short, watching Akeem Mesidor, I noticed him. I definitely noticed him. This guy pops off. And the interesting thing about Akeem Mesidor, guys, that maybe I don't know too many people that know this, but he's coached by, I think Jason Taylor's a Hall of Famer from the Miami Dolphins, edge rusher, right? I think he made it to the Hall of Fame. If he's not in the Hall of Fame, he should be. Edge rusher from the Miami Dolphins. He should be in the Hall of Fame. But this guy's being coached not only Akeem Mesidor, but also Ruben Bain.
Ruben Bain.
And when you watch him on tape, kids, what really, really sticks out is this is the first thing that jumped off to me when I really start digging into Akeem Mesidor's tape. I was like, he looks like a pro. He's got pro. His technique and skill set is like pros. And like typically college players don't get to that level in college. But because he has Jason Taylor mentoring him and coaching him, you can tell that they do heavy hand work. Hands are really, really violent, man. Really, really violent and active at all times. He won't let you keep your hands on him. He's going to get your hands off of him. And his rush technique is superb. Not only that, he is excellent at setting the edge. He's equally, I'm telling you guys, this if Akeem Mesidor falls to the 25th pick, it'd be hard for me to tell you that there would be a guy on that board that's better than Akeem Mesidor. And the Bears are going around the entire combine telling people that if they have to draft at 25, they're going to draft the best player available. If he's at 25, it's hard pressed for me to tell you that there's a better football player at 25 than Akeem Mesidor. I'll just put it that way.
Today, and we'll see what happens after next week, because I will be surprised if his stock does not rise. But they have him just a bit closer to like 34 right now in mock drafting.
I don't buy it, kids.
I assume, like, we'll see. I think his stock is going to raise, so it may bring him closer to that 25 number. Right now they have Caden closer to 25, and that's like the guys that they selected are all the guys that I've been sort of looking at from a DT / edge perspective.
Can I tell you another note before you start telling that kids? Should be noted that one of the things that Brian Post was asked during, I don't know if it was Florio or Rich, somebody asked him, what do you think is deeper, defensive tackle or edge rusher?
Or edge.
Before he said edge.
Yeah.
And so what that says to me is I think the opportunity at D tackle in free agency is probably more viable than people think. I think they may go there in free agency, like I've been saying for 2 weeks. Don't be surprised if they did that. And they feel really good about the edge rushers and where they sit in this draft, and they think they can get a guy like this.
So you're thinking about your guy with the 3 names.
Which one?
I'm blanking out.
Franklin?
Yeah. John Franklin Myers.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
so maybe they go get a John Franklin Myers, save a couple of bucks, and then go draft one of these guys. Why I love Akeem for this team is again, you could really do some creative shit with him and potentially, like, if the things that they say about Dayo Odangbo are true, just them having the general idea and want to kick him into to the inside and the outside on different, in different situations, you can do all that with Akeem, man. And my son's going through very similar stuff. They've kicked him into DT this year. He's put on a bunch of weight, and now he's so much stronger than what he was before, because that's what happens when you put on that weight. You put on the size, and then you get back in the gym, and you add muscle to it. And he already has that pass rush pedigree, and same with Akeem. Akeem already had that pass rush pedigree, so they can do some really creative things with this kid on again, inside and outside. And that's pretty much why I think he'd be a great, super sound fit for this team. Yeah, he can pass rush. Yeah, he can set the edge, but he's pretty damn decent on like stuff in the run too.
He's question. All right, now as every player or prospect does, they have their warts, let's say. And some of the detractors from Mesidor has to do with being 25 years old, his age. And now, is that a risky to take a prospect that old, that early?
Save your lungs, man. Save your lungs, man. No.
Definitely not. Like, the only reasons that I'm saying that is that if you're coming from Canada, you're likely to be 25 years old. And why that is because the path isn't linear. These Canadian kids aren't coming straight from Canada to, in most cases, to the US.
Not only that, people need to understand that college football is pro football now. People get paid. You can become a millionaire in college. And guess what? Ain't nobody in a rush to come the F out of college. The best offensive lineman I've seen for the past 2 years in college football just went right back into the portal. That's Lance Hurd from Tennessee. He's been pro ready for 2 years. And he's staying in college football because you know what? College football is going to make him a millionaire before he gets to the league.
He's going to be paid. So it's a little bit of a different story for a guy like Akeem, because Akeem's path to Miami is graduate from high school at 18 in Canada, spend 2 to 4 years playing for like a JUCO or a special program, and or playing semi-pro in Canada before you get the opportunity and the looks to get to the US. The upside to all of that is the competition he's been facing and the experience that he has is probably a lot. We're talking a lot more snaps than just about any of the other kids coming in. A lot more snaps. So when you're saying, Nomad, that he looks NFL ready, I am not surprised at all, because then you get to the US and you're playing at the US level, you should be eating lunch out there, given all of the snaps that you've had here in Canada before even getting them. So it's a tough path to get to like pick number 25 in the US draft as a Canadian. It is a tough path.
All right, kids. I just want to say this before we move to the next player. You better fire up your highlight machine for this, and keep it fired up, because this next player I'm talking about is man, this guy Scrolls is gonna be talking shit. But watch this. Bryce Lance, out of North Dakota State. He's about 6'3", about 205 pounds. Somewhere he could be somewhere in two. He's a big receiver. Let me tell you something. There's something about this kid that really sticks out to me, and I'm gonna frame what I'm talking about in one word: hands. The boy got hands, and I'm talking about golden hands, strong hands. Everything touches his hands. You look at Bryce Lance on film. I dare somebody to find me a video, whether it's highlights or some game film. Find me a game where 1 or 2 balls hit his body. And to put icing on the cake of what I'm talking about, I don't think you guys understand how important that is for a defensive back that's dealing with a guy that's all hands. There are times when you have your back to that receiver and you're hoping that you're going to turn your shoulders around, you're going to be able to make a play on the ball, and this guy's expecting that ball to get into his body so he can get his hands and clutch that catch. This guy is everything that you don't want to deal with. Crispy, sugar sharp route runner. Not only that, he's got long speed, and his hands are probably the best I've seen in this draft. Everything is caught with his hands. And so every scout, every coach, every GM that's looking at this kid that's gonna jump out to him right away. There's a reason why y'all F with the Nomad Network, and I'm gonna tell you why this guy, I think, is a different kind of talent. He's got a pro quarterback brother, number one. And so he's been around pro talent, and he's had to learn how to run routes the right way. That's why his routes are sharp, crispy, and clean. That's why that is. And his brother is throwing to him. So he's around NFL talent, so he's getting really good training. Bryce Lance is a real sleeper in this draft, and I think whoever gets their hands on him, I think you're getting Justin Jefferson with deep speed. That's what I think you're getting.
Do you have measurables on this guy?
He's about 6'3", about 200, and I'd say at the minimum 202 pounds, up to about 205, 210. I'll tell you exactly. Give me 1 second. I do have measurables on him. He's 6'3", 210.
Oh snap!
You looking at him?
Yeah, you know I am. Highlight Machine is rocking and rolling right now, and the thing I do not see, brother, I do not see a single body catch, dude. Like, you're right, not a single body catch.
That's a trait you should circle that thought you just made.
My boy just like, and I'm not done, but I've seen a one-arm grab, and usually with a one-arm grab, you're gonna grab it and bring it into the body. He didn't even bring it into the body. He just plucked it out of the sky and touchdown.
There's like, I have, and I don't really mean to, I hate to bring myself into it, but all my life I've had extremely strong hands. And that was part of what kind of made me different to people that were looking at me and people that were recruiting me, because anything that touched my hands, I'm grabbing. So everybody doesn't have that kind of confidence in their hands, kids. Most people are suspect with their hands. It's off and it's on. And so when they feel unsure, they let that thing hit their body and they just clasp it. He's not that guy. He's snatching that thing right out of the clear blue atmosphere. He's snatching it. I think he's different. I think he's extremely different. And having a brother that's a professional quarterback is just enhanced that, because he's been around all those professional receivers and quarterbacks. He knows how to do what he needs to do and be really, really good at it. I'm telling you, Bryce Lance is a true blue sleeper in this draft. And whoever gets their hands on him is going to have a good one for a long time. He doesn't have, to me, very many flaws. I would like to see, I didn't see him run into physical collisions a whole lot because he's so good at route running. He avoided a lot of contact. When he gets hit, I would like to see how he gets up and responds from that, because I didn't see a lot of that on film. That's the only, if I had any drawbacks for this kid, that would be it. But everything else, he's crispy clean with no fucking caffeine, brother.
Yeah, there's like things like blocking prowess are probably the only other thing that I might question. I don't know, because I haven't seen it.
He's strong. He's going to dominate.
But at 6'3", he should be, you know what I mean? He should be able to put on a good block.
He won't have any problems there.
Man, that 6'3" says a lot for a wide receiver. You love to have those rangy, longer guys, but being a rangy, longer guy, he's fast. He's putting on really good speed. The routes are crisp, and he's kind of twitchy. I like him. I like him a lot, actually. What's really cool is he's not sub 4.4. Patrick Higgins is saying. Beautiful. That's what
a long speed. That's where
that's where that long speed is coming from.
That's where the fast Justin Jefferson comes in at. That's the reference. That's where that came from, because he can open up your whole offense, man, because he can take the top off of that thing.
Man, I like that. And like right now in most lists, he's in and around wide receiver 11. I don't see the Chicago Bears going deep early on a wide receiver, but a little bit later on, I think Bryce Lance would be an awesome weapon to bring into the fold for Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. I agree with this for sure.
All right. I'm glad you got eyes on him and you see what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Let's get to the next. Unless you got a thought, Trips, here. We're going to move to the next.
I mean, cool. Yeah, keep it moving.
All right. We're going to move to a safety, man. This is A.J. Halsey out of another sleeper. A.J. Halsey out of LSU. There's a lot of safety conversations being had around who's the best, who ain't. Let me tell you something. This is a true ball hawk. This guy sees ball, gets ball. Does he have the fastest long speed in the world? I would say no. I haven't seen him run the 40, and I don't know how fast he can run. But I can tell you this. Neither did John Lynch, Hall of Famer. Neither does number 22 from the Minnesota Vikings that plays right now.
Would you consider him a free or a strong?
He's definitely a box safety.
He's a strong. Like look at his build, and like you could tell he's a box safety.
AJ Halsey is 6 foot, 222 pounds.
Okay. Could be a little bit bigger, but that 222 is just rock.
But he knows that he lacks like deep speed. So that's why you wouldn't play him in Kevin Byard's role. This guy's a true box safety. What is Jaquan Brisker? A true box safety.
Yeah.
You want to replace a Jaquan Brisker, you get a true box safety. And he is elite in filling the run and fitting the run. Elite. He is going to get your ass on the ground. Not only that, I think he's even better in coverage because of his instincts. AJ Halsey's instincts are, to me, top tier in this draft. You're talking about somebody that can see the game and understand route concepts and make plays on the football. He is top tier. He ain't going to get all the conversation about, some of these other safeties that are in this draft right now, but I am telling you, this guy knows his flaws, and he makes up for them by seeing it, understanding it, and being able to react to it. His instincts are elite. I'm telling you, kids, this is a bomb football player, and he's going to knock the piss out of you once he sees you.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of his stuff earlier on because, just because of all the safety talk. He doesn't no business decisions here either. This would be a great look if you have to move on from a Jaquan Brisker. He's coming in and he's putting bodies on the ground. He's putting bodies out of bounds. But that doesn't mean he's got, man, who does he remind you of? Nomad?
He reminds me of Ed Reed with those instincts.
I wish I could argue with that because he gets interceptions too. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll hawk the ball with those instincts, but at the same time, he will put you on your ass. You know what I'm saying? So
Ed Reed ain't
Ed Reed.
Ed Reed is one of those guys. He wasn't terribly fast either.
Yeah.
But because he knew the game, he understood route concepts and offenses and how they group up combinations of receivers and what can come out of those concepts, he was able to stay ahead of the game. And you can see that in a young AJ Halsey. That's still a college football player. You put him around some really heady safeties like a Kevin Byard of the world, and he just enhances. Simply put, this is a really, really, really good instinctual football player. But he's a box safety. Don't mistake me for telling you this guy's all world. He can play anywhere in the safety. No, he's a box safety.
Yeah.
And you'd be happy with that. What you looking at, kids? Are you pleased with what you're seeing?
Oh yeah, he does all the stuff I need him to do. He has instincts. He has instincts to again hawk the ball and get and make plays on the ball, which is key. But
good around the line of scrimmage too, kids.
Then you get to see him on the line, and you get to see him in the run game, and you get to see him just make tackles and make plays. He's a force to be reckoned with on the field, man.
When you got a really good nickel cornerback, this guy becomes another linebacker. When you don't have a linebacker on the field, let's say you leave one linebacker on the field, like Tremaine found himself out there many, many times. You leave one linebacker on the field, you feel good because you have AJ Halsey out there that can really supplement that role. You get what I'm saying? So you can get kind of freaky with it.
Yeah. I like it. And he is lined up again very close to one of our selections. I believe selection number 57 in today's look. I expect all these things to shift here in a week's time once we get a closer look at all of these young players in the combine. But we'll see what it looks like. I think he'd be a great selection if we are in the safety market.
All right, let's keep rolling. Let's get to the next football player. Amari Washington out of Oregon. This guy is 6 foot. He is 6'3", 330 pounds. But you can't tell that with the way this guy explodes off the ball. 6 foot. I'm gonna repeat that. Amari Washington is 6'3", 330 pounds, and can really, really explode off the ball. The thing about Amari Washington, and I'm gonna give you a little bit of a downside, but it's not a real downside. But he's true to the college football player, and he's gonna win more times than not off of his size and speed. In the NFL, he's gonna have to refine his technique a whole lot more. So he's gonna really, but I think he's a really underrated football player on the defensive line in this draft. I think his traits are absolutely tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. You won't hear nobody talking about him because they're talking about all these flashy name guys.
I'm taking a quick look at him. He's first of all, like, he's a big lad, man. He's a big boy, like not big like Big Bill, but strong, and you can sort of see how strong this guy. Like, look at his arms in this picture that we're looking at.
He's just a baby, man, right now.
Oh,
what's going to happen in a couple of years when he starts to, grow some chin hairs and all that, chest? Wait, what? Amari Washington is a man, and he's not a man yet. If that makes any sense to y'all.
It does, especially when you get a look at his baby face and all that. But his arms are massive. Like, he's going to move human beings around, and that goes almost without question when you watch him play. He's splitting the line and he's moving bodies left and right. We're going to need somebody like this in with respect to moving on from a Big Bill potentially, if that's what winds up happening. I suspect maybe we move away from him, and maybe we move away from Chris Williams as well. If that's the case, this is a good look in that for the inside.
He is he's an interesting piece because he's so big and so strong that the natural instinct of an average coach, and I'm talking about an average coach. I don't think we have average coaches on this team. You would say, okay, just let him grow up and play a nose, 0 tech, 1 tech, and just leave him in the middle, literally on top of the center, and we'll be all right. And you're gonna make hay with this football player. But if you see what I see and know what I know, that's the last thing you want to do with a football player like Amari Washington. You move this guy around, and as he develops and as he grows and as he matures, you're gonna realize this dude he's a horse, man. He's a freaking horse that you can do anything with.
He's a moving wall, brother.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not, and then, like, I say that and it sounds like he's a fat boy. He's not. You know what I mean? Like, he's I don't know how he must be, how tall is he, bro?
6'3".
6'3", man. He just looks like he's as solid as you could possibly be. Just solid, thick, but not by any stretch of the imagination out of shape. Yeah, he's what you like. He's the type of player that you want in that interior, whether it's, I think I see him playing a couple of snaps at nose as well. He's a dangerous player in that position.
Don't come telling me that these defensive tackles in this draft ain't good, man. This guy's got a lot of potential. I mean, a lot. I think he's like 22 years old or something like that. He's young, 21, 22 years old.
So he's got a ways to go, in your opinion, there.
Oh yeah. You don't have to. A player like this, you don't have to thrust him into, I need you to be this today. You can just keep pushing him and keep finding where he can get better at. And this dude's going to end up on top of quarterbacks his entire career and on running backs.
What university is he playing for here?
Oregon.
College, Oregon. Okay.
All right. Any thoughts on you got any thoughts, Trips, or before we move on?
It's cool. Just absorbing the information.
All right. We'll move to the next guy. Guess what?
Lee 3.
Out of Texas A&M. Guess what? I've seen some really, really good man-to-man corners. I'm talking about really good. This is a good man corner draft because I think this, man. I think there's still at least half the league that has an emphasis on man coverage. And then there's the other half of the league that play a lot of zone, and they're looking for certain types of cornerbacks. If you're looking for a man corner, I'm hesitant to say this, but I think Will Lee is the top, let's say 2 to 3 man corners in this draft out of Texas A&M. Absolutely sticky. He's absolutely sticky. I absolutely love his man corner reps. His transitions are so clean and so natural. When I say transitions, let me explain what I'm talking about. When he's in phase, when that receiver's en route and that receiver starts to break down and he has to break down with that receiver, how he transitions into breaking on that ball. So, kids, if you're looking at any of his highlights, you're going to see that pretty quick. This guy can break on the ball. And what do we have here in Chicago? We have a man-based defensive coordinator that has an emphasis on man-to-man coverage. He wants to play man-to-man more times than not. Not to say that he's not going to play. Then it sounds going to play plenty of zone like every other defensive coordinator. But when you need to get off the field and you need to put a man on a man, you need to have absolute assurance that your boundary corner, that's what Will Lee is, a boundary corner, that I think can play some slot if you needed him to. That adds to the versatility. But this guy is, I think, technically one of the more elite cornerbacks in this draft. And I don't think anybody's talking about him. Will Lee III out of Texas A&M. You're talking to a cornerback or a cornerback is talking to you. Take it from me. This something is good in man coverage. And when I tell you he's good, I think he's going to be excellent. Just putting it out there for you.
I'm seeing good stuff on tape, man. He is I fully understand what you're talking about with the in phase comment, right? There's situations where he'll lose, a receiver will make a move on him, and under normal pretenses, it'll take him take a normal, a normal DB a step or two to get in phase, to get back in phase. He has a way of sort of getting in front of the ball, which is very interesting to see. And it's not a situation where he's taking the ball away quite that frequently, but I don't care if he's getting interceptions. As long as the ball ain't going to the receiver, that's your job. You know what I mean? Break that pass up.
You know what's great about him? It's even when he loses, and that's going to happen to every DB. I don't give a shit how good you are.
Of course.
Even when you lose, how good is your closing speed? If you lose, so the ball's in the air and you lost on the route, how fast can you close? How good is your twitch? How quick is your twitch? Excellent with Will Lee.
And that's why I can sort of see you making the comment about potentially also in the nickel position in the slot. That might work too with this particular player. It's just his way of, all right, you've made that move, you've got that step on me. How do I get in front of the ball? And he finds a way to get in front of that ball and break up passes, which is very uncanny. So I see what you're saying. I can dig it.
Dog is, hey, we need man corners that can really excel in man coverage. Trust me when I tell you, Will Lee is in the top echelon of what Dennis Allen is looking at in Hallis Hall. Trust me when I tell you, I know what he's looking at. I know what it looks like when you can really, really play man coverage. Trust me when I tell you guys. Take it from me. Will Lee is at the top, probably at the very top of what Dennis Allen is looking at. Whether or not we get him is irrelevant, but he's got all the traits, all the qualities that Dennis Allen is looking for. Every single bit of what he needs, what he thinks Will Lee doesn't have. They have the people in that building to help him get to where he needs to be. He's 6'1", 192 pounds. Looking at him on film, I feel like they kind of boosted his weight a little bit. I think he's more like 182, but that's irrelevant to me because I'm I'm right around where he's at when I'm playing football. So it didn't matter to me. And I don't think it matters to him. It's just he's a little light frame guy, but man, this dude can cover. And when it comes down, when you need to get off the field on a 3rd and 7, and you want to make sure both sides of your both corners are locking their guys up, make sure you got guys that can lock up. Will Lee can lock up. I've seen enough film on him. He can do this shit consistently. So that's another sleeper. Will Lee III out of Texas A&M. We're going to move to the next guy. Everybody knows about Mike Washington at this point. Do you guys know?
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all think about
him? I know he's an RB. I haven't really taken a good look, so I'm gonna take a look while we're chatting here now, because I don't know how much in the RB market we're gonna be.
I'll just tell you, I think he's so far, and I haven't looked at every running back in there, but I've looked at quite a couple buckets full of them. Mike Washington, to me, if the running back from Notre Dame's not there,
Love, Price.
If Jeremiah Love's not there, he's the best running back in the draft, in my opinion, so far. And I've seen some running backs. I think he's the best. He's Mike Washington is 6'2", 223. He's the whole package.
Holy shit. He's that big?
Yeah, he's big.
He's fast. Like for a 6'2", 223, he's explosive fast.
You ever want to get accurate Adrian Peterson comparison?
Oh,
and
no.
I'm telling you, Mike Washington is him.
Now, when you say, I think that if you look at if Travis Homer's gone, if Roschon Johnson's gone, you're gonna need to add into the running back room. Can Mr. Washington play special teams?
Of course he can play. Everybody can play special teams. They're a football player. I want to say this about, and this might sound just to answer what Trips is talking about. Kyle Monungai, I don't think he's a RB1. I think he's an RB2.
I would agree with that statement.
And I saw that clearly when number 4 got hurt. I think he's a number 2 running back, and I think he should be happy with that role. I'm not putting him down. I'm just saying that you need a horse.
Yep.
One of these days, DeAndre Swift ain't going to be there. That might happen sooner rather than later. I don't know, but Mike Washington is the entire package. I'm talking about size, speed, shiftiness, patience, great pass protector.
Well, do you think he could be an upgrade over Swift?
Oh, yeah. Like, I'm watching it now.
You want to think about that for a second there, kids?
Mike Washington, though, will end the game. You put that ball in his hands enough times at the end of the game when defenses are tired, they ain't going to fuck with him.
This is he's a whole different thing than DeAndre Swift. He he is also a pass catching back. So let's not take that away from the kid. He can catch a pass. He can go out wide. He can do all of that. But I see your age, like I see your Adrian Peterson comparison, bro.
Yeah.
Well, because
it wouldn't be my comparison, but I see what you're saying. He's got that size to him that makes it very hard to take him down, and then an explosiveness that is hard to catch him.
And he's very that upright, that track form stance run.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. It's not that, like, it's not. He ain't the same as like, damn it. He ain't the same as DeAndre Swift. I would, damn it. I would go out on a limb and draft this kid and keep DeAndre on the team.
No reason not to.
You know what I mean? Like, this is the type of stuff that I would, crazy. If we get a second for Bagent, I would mess around, because then you're sort of in surplus in the draft. I would mess around and go get Mike Washington and see what happens, because he's not like the other two guys you got there. He's not. He's a whole other thing. He's kind of a hybrid of both of them put together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's a little bit of a horse. Like, he's a horse.
Mm-hmm.
Bruh.
This is a kind of running back that at the end of the games, when you got confidence in your offensive line and you know that they can perform and create running tracks for these guys and running lanes for these guys, and you know that if I call this play, Darnell and Jonah or whoever's on the left side can put this together, and the tight end comes and kicks out, and these plays that you have ISO formation runs, stuff that I know I'm probably getting a little football-y right now, but different runs like that, when you got to have it kind of runs, and you're only supposed to get like 3 yards to get the first down. You run that the right way and you execute the blocking pattern the right way, the blocking plan the right way. Guy like this will house that 3 yards. Supposed to only get 3 yards, he'll house it.
Hey, Scrolls, man, and the ransom note too, man. We sent Ryan post that with all three of them, and we see what happens, because I'm tired of him being swindled for second round. Let's do some swindling this time around.
Mike Washington, thoroughbred, straight thoroughbred. I know Jadarian Price is that guy too, man. I think he's a great fit. Great fit. I hear you.
You think he's a better back, Patrick?
No, I don't think he's a better back. You asking Patrick, but
yeah,
but no.
No,
we'll get to Jadarian.
Okay, we'll do Jadarian next time.
On that. But one more play before we get out of here, and I think this is a real good one. Kids, I just want to say this to you. 4 trips, both of y'all. We out and about on town, and we see somewhere we're in the same vicinity. We know the area. And we're a little tired. We downtown. We we didn't have something to drink, and we just out. And all right, man, we walking. Uber ain't showed up. We need to go and start walking. All right, this is a shortcut. Let's go down this alley. And me and Trip stop you, kids. We say, oh, whoa. Don't go down that alley. Why? Red Murdoch's down there. Don't go down that alley, bro. Nah, fuck that. It's a shortcut, man. I'm going. It's like, bro, you go down that alley, that's your ass for sure. Because Red Murdoch is down there. And he's absolutely violent. Don't go down that alley if you like your health. But you go down there anyway. You be like sitting back there looking at us like, y'all got my back? And we'd be like, yeah, we got your back. And then saying at the same time, that's why it's always hurting. And watching you walk down that alley. Red Murdoch is a monster. You understand me, kids and Trips? This dude, now I'm gonna just let me get the ugly stuff out of the way first. And it's not ugly. I'm not going to tell you that this dude is the fastest linebacker in the world. I do think he's going to translate to a Sam linebacker in the NFL. But I gave this guy 3 stars and a circle. If you know me, that means this is a dude. And the absolute violence that he plays with, the absolute intensity, the aggressiveness. This dude, you need some guys on your team, kids, in Triple R, that's capable of getting felonies. Red Bryant is violent, brother. He is absolute violence, man. And I love it on the football field. I absolutely love it. You ever met someone that is like this really strong personality and he played football and he's not such a strong personality on the field? And then you met another guy that's a really strong alpha male personality and it shows up on the field. This guy is a dominant football player. And you know it. The best thing, and this is unfair to Red Murdoch, but I got to say it. The last time I seen a guy play with this much actual physical aggression in the NFL on a constant basis was Ray Lewis. This guy aims to make sure that every time he touches you, you feel it for the next day or 2. That's how he plays football. Red Murdoch is one of those linebackers. I hope to God that we get him because we need those kind of attitude guys. He's an enforcer. Straight up, I just love watching him play football, man. He's a throwback, bro.
You muted, kids.
By the way, before Ked says anything, let me
Thanks for catching me.
He's 6'3", 240 pounds. He's perfect.
He's 6'3"?
6'3", 240 pounds.
Yeah, because they got him here at 6'1", what I'm looking at, but same token.
He's bigger than 6'1".
He looks much bigger than that. He's great, man. He's like, you're saying he don't look fast, but he looks so fast, bro.
He's football fast now. In between, that's why I think he'd be better as a
maybe not sideline. I think I feel you. Like sideline to sideline, he's not super fast, but he has this way of just creating burst at the linebacker position. He might be a little bit patient to look for where a hole is or where a gap is and shoot the gap super fast. He gets a couple of steps in that gap, and I wouldn't want to be in there. Like if the gap's the alley, please don't let me go in the alley. Still, that's what I'm seeing here. This kid he's got good instincts though, to top that off too. Good instincts, trying to take your soul, snatch your soul with a tackle. Yeah.
Anything in his fucking area code will pay taxes, man.
Yeah.
We'll pay taxes. And I think any really, really good contending football team, any team that you think is a Super Bowl caliber team, has a couple cats like him on it. You got to have guys like Red Murdoch. Red Murdoch is, I don't know if I've enjoyed a film this entire offseason watching these football players more than I did Red Murdoch. I was just like, that's what I'm talking about. That's the football that I know. That's the football that I know. Be effing physical and effing violent about it because football is a violent game and you need to act like that. You know, is it the best thing for your overall health long term? Probably not. Probably not. But if you're going to play this game, understand what comes with it. We need absolute mayhem and violence. Do you not see that on film, kids?
Brother, I see it in spades, and I see and like a weapon. Like he's a weapon on defense. He's coming through he's getting to the quarterback, right? And this is something that I don't think we saw quite enough of over the last few years at the linebacker position, right? He's getting to the quarterback. Like, he'll do the rest of the job. He's good in coverage. He's putting, well, yeah, you know what? Maybe he ain't that great in coverage. I haven't really seen too many coverage snaps so far, but I'm getting to the quarterback, putting bodies on the ground, especially in the run game. The kid will get it done, and in the backfield too.
Hey, kids, you're going through the week of practice. If you're at Buffalo, that's where he's from, Buffalo, and you going through the week of practice, and you've already going through your physical day. You probably had that Tuesday, you probably had that Wednesday, maybe Thursday, depending on where you at. You had the full padded practice, and you went through the full scrimmage and all that stuff where you can hit people and all that stuff. You get to later on in the week where we just going through this, we call them like speedy walkthrough. So you're going to like half speed, going through the plays that was installed for the week. And you in the meeting room is just like, man, hey, look, man, somebody go down there and tell Red, man, dog, don't hit no fucking body, bro. We ain't, this ain't real, man.
Calm down, Red.
like he that dude. He's that dude. Like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, that he's full go all the time, and he ain't listening to all that. We ain't going full speed shit. He's hitting you all the time. All the time. And we need, I don't think you can have enough football players like that. This is my personal opinion on a championship caliber team. I don't think you can have enough guys like that. And, you know, I'm not calling him some dumb jerk jock. No, I'm not calling him that whatsoever. But when he, because you don't see like boneheaded plays or anything like that. He just meets you with violence. And it's noticeable, very noticeable. And so I'd say this, man. I think he's a fit on any team in the NFL that wants to play a physical brand of football. And I know that Ben Johnson is building a team along with Dennis Allen that plays a physical style and brand of football, that Red Murdoch is a personality trait that really fits here. This is Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think this kid is I think he's a great look at the LB position. Given the potential of Tremaine moving off, he looks like, I can't really compare his game to Tremaine Edmonds that we've seen. Maybe Tremaine Edmonds in Buffalo just gets he gets in the backfield, this guy, which is something that I think we really need a heck of a lot more of from our linebacking core. So, yeah, Red's a good look.
I tell you another noticeable thing about him on film that you probably might have looked over when you was looking at them highlights is, you know how running backs are told to pass protect, right? If the linebacker shoots the gap and you need to get him off the quarterback and block him, be there and don't flinch. Don't flinch. Man, that linebacker is like a brownie to him. I mean, that running back is like a brownie to him. Give me that while I'm on my way to eat this cake.
So I didn't really overlook it. There's multiple snaps of him
running clean over their ass, ain't he?
Just swallowing them. There's one where he just reaches past, like he took the block, but he reached past the RB block and took the RB and the QB down at the same time. And there's two separate snaps of that. The running back got the block. He stayed in the middle of all this, but it didn't make any kind of difference to Red Murdoch. He didn't give a damn that he was there. He took that quarterback down at the same time, regardless.
Man, literally, kids, I'm looking at this cat film, and I fell in love with it so much. This is about, man, this has been going on for almost 2 weeks now. Quietly, I've just been watching this shit, going back and back. I'm just like, boy, what the fuck they been feeding you? Gunpowder? What? This dude is on fire all the time.
He shot out of a cannon.
Trip, I'm telling you, watch this boy, man. Watch this boy right here. I'm telling you. maybe later on, but man, he's a real, like, people tell me all the time that football ain't the same no more, and I agree with them, because you can't do the things you used to do like when I was playing, and just like it ain't fun to watch them when you can't hit nobody. He ain't adhering to that. He's like the Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, that era, Sean Taylor. They just running through your ass.
Yeah, I could see the violence on the scant few brief highlights that I was able to see. That he gets his hands on you going down, but leave it to Red Baron to leave a Red Baron comment. Damn.
All right, that's it, man. Man, we spend the rest of the show talking about this cat right here, because I enjoy. Yeah, you're right, Benjamin. That old school football is way more. I find myself watching that often, like when I'm on my way to sleep and I'm just dozing off, and I just need to, you looking at the TV right before you go to sleep. And I had to learn, man. I had to quit watching all that violence before I go to sleep, man. And I started thinking violent things in my dreams. And I don't want to be like that no more. I ain't like that no more, man. So yeah, put different things in your frequency. You watch, you get a couple of highlights here and there during the day. It's enjoyable, but don't be watching that shit while you're going to sleep, because you can manifest that into your regular everyday life, man.
Yeah.
Because there's real violence in them videos, bro. I watch them. Ray Lewis got like a 45-minute reel on TikTok that just like, oh my God, it's like, it's better than sex, bro. That's how physical a football player I am, and how much attracted to that kind of physicality in football. So it's easy for me to fall in love with Red Murdoch. But that's it, man. That's it for the football. Let me get this off the screen real quick. While I talk to you about so Trips asked me the last time we had a show, he said, man, we need to talk more about permaculture and what that brings to the table in survival situations, and what is that? And that's definitely survival. And we're going to explain to you why after we get done with this intro in just 1 second. Give me a minute. So, Trip, do you mind if I just lead this conversation real quick? Because I just got some things I need to point out about permaculture.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's really short and sweet. So, permaculture is really short for permanent agriculture. Permanent agriculture. How can you create permanent agriculture? And the bottom line to it all, to me, is really being one with nature and really being in tune with the soil around you. And if the soil isn't as bountiful as it is in other places, different things that you can do to get that soil to be kind of productive. That's what I take away from permaculture before we get into a deeper conversation. I just wanted to put that out there first, just before you get started.
Right. Sure. What's is there a art or something?
You mean a graphic like that?
Yeah, graphic. There you go.
So this is DIY worm farming. And what they're doing right here is taking an empty tub, an old tub, and creating basically food and soil crack for worming. They're preparing that with Can you see what's in that image, Trips?
Yeah. What we have here is a DIY worm farming, otherwise known as vermicomposting. And it looks like they have maybe a old bathtub type thing, and they have soil in there. They got green foliage and leaves, maybe a little manure there on top, but underneath in there are worms. And what happens is you put your compost, your your organic waste into a bin, a tub, whatever you're doing your vermer composting in, whether it be a recycled garbage bin kind of thing, or those storage tubs, or this kind of tub, or whatever you're using. But you have the soil in there, and the worms are living in the soil. You got different kind of worms. You got your red wigglers. You got European earthworms, American earthworms, a couple of the different types, and they live on different levels of depth in your materials, and they consume and eat, all of the organic materials that you're putting in. And as they eat it, they process it with their body, and then they go number one and number two, and that is the result that you want, because the liquid of their urine, is like liquid gold, and it's good for your garden and growing things. And then their poopy, you take out and then you put back into your soil to re-energize it, put nutrients back into it, so that you can continue to grow, in the same area without, totally sucking all of the soil of its nutrients. So in a doomsday or scenario where you're off grid and you have your property or wherever you're at, you want to use the worms, first of all, to reuse that organic material, so it's not going to waste, it's not rotting. You don't have to worry about disposing it. And then you are recharging your soil to, that you're growing for your vegetables. And so it's a cycle. And so you're reusing the waste materials into materials to feed you. So it's a cycle of life. It's a little ecosystem, and it doesn't take much room. It doesn't take much expense. But it's worthwhile to have a sustainable, garden and other areas.
Okay, I'll tell you what I see here. What it looks like to me is I'm looking at the ground that they're standing on, and that dirt looks a little reddish, orangish, sandy-ish. It looks to me like they're in an environment where the dirt isn't as fertile. I see the patchiness of ground beneath them. If you can look at it real hard, you can see it's not a lot of strong greenery growing around their feet. And that to me looks like a situation where they're trying to basically feed the earth and make it more productive. And that's to me what permaculture means. Is no matter where you are, like we live in Illinois. Illinois, all you got to do is go outside and cough up a couple of seeds, and you'll have a plant next year. That's how fertile the ground is, and I'm pretty sure it's the same way in Canada. I'm almost certain of that, because it's not sandy earth, it's not muddy earth, it's not clay-ish earth. It's really, really strong black dirt. I know, at least here in Illinois. And so we live in a particular region where you don't have to so much concern yourself with I'm not saying you don't have to concern yourself with treating the soil, but treating the soil is different in different regions of the country or the world, depending on where you live. This is particularly, man, like I'll just give you an example of somebody that does gardening every year. The less you turn over your soil, the less you till it, the less you mess with it, the better it is because nature takes care of itself. There's nothing in nature that goes to waste. Absolutely nothing. A carcass, leaves, not nothing. A tree stem, not nothing. Everything is really particularly made to add to the cycle of life, and that is nature. You are particularly made to add to the cycle of life. Your body is. And so that's what permaculture is. How do you create a permanent agricultural environment around you? And so, to the people that want to do farming, that want to do gardening, know this: the less you turn over your earth, the better the life is that really feeds that earth underneath it can thrive. And if you have to feed your earth more nutrients to be so that you can have abundant growth, this is what you do. You get you a tub and you mix up coffee grounds and some old weeds and probably some old cabbage and whatever you got around your kitchen that is green, put it in with some earth. You want to generate some worms. This is how you do it. That's one way to do it. Like how I learned how this works, trips and kids, is my leaves in my garden. The first year I got here, it was so much shit around here. I was able to put like 3 or 4 contractor bags worth of. It was a lot of stuff. I mean, piles of bags behind my shed where nobody could see them because of where I live at. I got a tall wooden fence behind it, so nobody could see them. I knew they were there. I was so busy rehabbing this property, I forgot they even existed back there. And so here I was, probably in year 2, maybe 3. I go back there and I'm like, damn, I got all these bags. Remember, I got 2 sheds sitting beside each other, but there's a space in between them, especially in the back. So I just piled them up back between there because I didn't know what to do with them. I go back there a couple years later. All those leaves that I piled up in there, it's all dirt. And not only dirt, there's worms all in and through there. You know what happened? Little critters, whether they was groundhogs or wherever they were, squirrels went back there and nipped at those bags over time, and it created life from the ground. And so the earth got involved with the leaves, which is food. It's nutrients to them, right? And so they went in there and all the shit and piss came and turned into dirt. And so dirt was created, earth was created through the leaves that I thought were garbage. And that's how I learned, kids and trips. That's how I learned that everything is to be cycled. And so from that point on, I knew not to ever throw away my leaves or burn them. If I burned them, I put them right back into the soil.
Yeah, what you did, you unknowingly created a worm, trap, because you left it down, you left a food source there on the surface. The worms come up and then they're munching through it, and as they go into the bag, now they're in the bag. And so, they have to actually find and search for that little entrance on the way in once they get in there. And so it's nature. It's the different worms eating the foliage, eating the garden waste, and re-energizing that soil. So, if you let nature help you and you help it, you can live, you can survive and thrive.
My bad, fellas. I walked away for a second. I was giving kids a chance to say something.
Yeah, this ain't my can of worms.
This is definitely compost. Now, let me give you some advice about people that's thinking about doing this. There's a lot of people that will tell you that composting is the way to go. You create a whole lot of earth by doing it. You absolutely can. But I'm going to tell you something right now, White Ghost. If you got property and you are interested in doing this and you want to use your waste around your house, you know, you got old lettuce, you got old whatever, eggshells and all this kind of stuff that people create compost with. Here's the thing, I want to tell you something. If you're going to do that, put that shit so far away from your house, it's ridiculous. Because what you're going to invite to your house is things you don't want around your house. Nobody tells you that dark side of composting.
Well, the insects, the things that would go into the food that are there, you use
Rats and mice, brother.
well, yeah, but there's a garden material. It has like two names. It's like a scientific name, but you mix that with the soil, and that cuts down on the attracting of like insects and bugs. But then you cover your compost with like a hard top, like on those totes or whatever you're covering with, so nothing gets in there. And then you layer in the top of it, like a little damp newspaper or cardboard, because that will also degrade and the worms will eat that. But it keeps a layer to keep the smell and the things inside and things outside.
Well,
Uh,
Patrick just made a really good point here. This, if you will read that, Trips, I go into a little bit deeper of what he's talking about.
Said hard to find good compost. Most compost sold is still too hot. Took me a while to determine what's good and what's not.
Do you know what happens to things as they decompose?
Yeah, they heat up.
Well, they give off something too.
Oh, gases.
Mm-hmm. Just wanted to put that out there.
Stinky.
They give off gas. Like, matter of fact, I had so much gas these last couple of days, boy, I burned this motherfucker up. All the gas I had, all I got to do is strike a match and this whole thing is doomed. But, that's because I was eating wrong for a few days, man. But anyway, when you're composting and you're putting a lot of materials together, the chemical components combined with the other chemical components of whatever you're putting together, there's always a reaction to it, right? Every action is what? Reaction. So I just want to leave. We can talk about that a little bit more later, but I just want to say that I just encourage everybody to think about gardening. If you got just a tiny square of space to do it in, it's worth doing it. I don't care who you are, where you are. We've shown you different ways that you can do it inside your apartment if you have to do it, but there's ways to provide for yourself and to help nature be nature, help your body be natural, help the earth be natural. And I don't want to sound so much like I don't got no problem with tree huggers, but if I sound like one, so be it. You should, as you ascend in your spirit as a human, learn to be one with nature and learn how and what not to do with nature. And that's what permaculture is all about, being one with nature, learning how nature works, and so that you don't disrupt it. The things that you do can disrupt nature. Absolutely. And so one of the biggest things I can tell people is if you start doing, urban farming or wherever you're at, don't turn over that dirt no more than you have to. because you're disrupting the natural flow of the earth. Every time you disrupt that dirt, that might sound silly to you. Oh, hey, if I got leaves and it looks stupid on the top of my ground, I'm gonna turn over my dirt and they're gonna be underneath the dirt. You're just messing up the ecosystem every time you do that. That makes sense to you guys?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's let nature do its thing, and there's nobody there to turn over or do anything for the soil there if you're not there. But those worm castings are very good. But there's a garden thing, not those are the worms, but there's a specific thing that you probably have if you have a garden just for your soil, and it's like two names or two words to make the name, and it's irritating me because I can't think of it. But go ahead.
Say it again, Trips. I was looking away.
It's two words. It's something that you put in with your worms, not echinacea, not golden seal.
Is it a chemical?
Yeah, some kind of natural chemical or chemical.
The only thing I know that you put on Earth that is regular to that Earth, I'm talking about from the outside and just natural behavior of Earth, is ash.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that ain't what I'm thinking of. It's got a name, and as soon as you say the name, be like, oh yeah, that stuff. Because you find it, at your Home Depot type in the garden area. You put it in the soil or in your gardens or in your worm beds. It's like kind of a food, not a fertilizer. Oh, it's just gonna mess with me. Y'all keep going. I'm gonna find this shit.
No, don't worry about it.
No, it's gonna mess with me.
Don't let it mess with you.
It's not that easy.
I know. I used to. My mom used to have plants in the house, and she all my life, and she still got them. She still got a bunch of plants around the house. But man, she used to keep this water with a whole bunch of eggshells. She keep this big jug with stinking ass eggshells in it. And you never would imagine how bad eggshells can smell until you put them in a big jug with a whole bunch of water and you keep that lid closed on it. And that's how she watered her plants. And she would call me. I'm a small boy. She would call me like in the summertime.
Did it again?
She would put eggshells, any eggs that we use, she would drop them into a jug and fill it up with water. And that's what she would use to water her plants. And you go to open that thing up, and the gas that comes out of that some
echinacea,
it stinks so bad, kids. And she just calling me from work in the summer times when I'm off. If I'm at home, hey, go to the house and water my plants for me. I'm like, I don't want to get with that stinking ass water. That shit stinks so bad. It's like the worst person, the fattest person in the world fart like 100 of them in the room at the same time. But it smells like death, kids. But it's life to the plants, if that makes any sense.
It makes a lot of sense. I got a lot of plants going around here, and maybe I will give that a shot. I don't want it to be super funky, so I'm gonna have to figure out some sort of a storage metric.
Once you pour it, it doesn't stink. It just stinks when you open the lid of it.
But then also, if you there's a way that you can minimize that stink and that smell, and that is, it helps with the thing that I can't remember the name. Helps with that. It's an additive that you put in. And it helps dampen that smell and keep the little insects out.
Don't worry about it, Trips, man. We talking about something else, man.
No, this is exactly what we're talking about. But there's a name for what you're talking about that you can put in it that helps with what you're talking about.
Flatulence man said my fart smell worse than
Oh, come on.
He came in right on time for the fart
He
comment.
came in hot. Ass is just hot.
Hey.
Man.
Hey, Kes, don't try that tomorrow, man. Just next time you got eggs going on.
I'm not bone meal.
Don't throw those eggs away. Throw them in a get you a jug that can fit. Or if you got to crush them up and throw them in there, so be it. But it's best that you drop those shells.
I'm just thinking about like a seal.
Rinse them out first.
I'm thinking about like a sealable jug that I can sort of, vacuum seal and close, so I don't have to deal with the smell only when I'm pouring it out. I might have to go. I might have to go get a jug. I might have to go get a specific jug for this task.
Trips, you talking about that bone meal?
No, that's what. No, it's not that. It's they sell it at flower shops and stores. They sell it by like the 5-10 pound bags.
I know you ain't talking about Miracle-Gro, bro.
Nah.
Anyway, let's keep moving, man. Trips, you're gonna be on your own with that shit for a second. But we got to get out of this, man. But here, this is what permaculture starts with: making sure that Earth rejuvenates itself. And the earthworms are like, they're like what's the in the Avengers, they're like the Thanos of generating Earth. They are it.
I don't understand this reference.
They powerful underground.
Okay. All right. Now I get you.
They are powerful. Like we are above Earth, so those earthworms are under the earth.
So they really irrigate the whole thing, plus add a little bit of poop ski, I suppose, into the mix.
That shit turns into dirt.
Okay. Interesting.
All right.
I love the worms.
You done with this, Trips and kids? Because we can move on.
What do we got next? I
got a more interesting story to talk about. Well, not more interesting, but it's an interesting story. I just want to lead it with this. Because I'm almost certain that at least briefly we've discussed this. I might have said the Dogon tribe of Mali in West Africa.
Yeah, you brought this up at some point.
Something
in discussion, yeah.
Something I learned about quite some time ago, and it kind of like opened up my world to all the things that we're about to talk about right now. And that is, and guess what? The world as we know it ain't simple. It's a little bit more complex and a little bit more diverse than we want to believe. I'll just put it to you that way as I start this thing off. So what we have on screen is a kind of a constellation system, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the Sirius A and B constellation system, and it's got I don't know if you guys ever heard of the Summer Triangle. You got three stars basically surrounding Sirius B that's circled there in the red, that's highlighted there in the blue, with that big, huge lit star, Sirius A, that everybody outside of their western, if you look out west, especially if you're out west, you can see the Sirius A star really, really bright because it's huge. And if you look really, really closely down there, you can see the sun in comparison to it. You see how small the sun is in comparison to it. This whole constellation system, the Western world had no idea about until 1970 at least. And with we're full of all kinds of technology. The Western world is all kinds of technology, the best in the world, and we had no idea about this constellation system. They knew about Sirius A, of course, because it's bright, but some of these other stars out there, nobody knew about until at least 1970. Sirius B, they called it the dwarf star. There's no way you can see this with the naked eye. All this other stuff here, you can identify it. You can see this with your naked eye. Sirius B, you cannot. Have you guys heard anything about this whatsoever?
Not I, sir.
Not ever.
Let's move on.
Oh, and the thing, diatomaceous earth. That's what I was trying to think of.
Okay.
Thanks, Trip.
Yeah. Let's move to the next part of this. The Dogon tribe, let me start all over. The Dogon tribe is a tribe of Mali, West Africa. Funny little story behind this is my lineage goes back to West Africa to Mali. My lineage. And this is what they knew. And you've had conversations. I've seen documentaries. I've seen all kinds of information about these guys and what they can bring to the table. What you're seeing on the screen are the earliest artifacts that they drew. And some of the artifacts that they made, carvings. You're seeing the drawings on the right and you're seeing the carvings on the left. And let me just read what we have here. The Dogon knew that Sirius B orbits around the sun every 50 years. And they also knew that Saturn had 2 rings that had rings around it and 4 moons. Nobody knew that technically for sure until the 70s. Just want to put that on the record. Nobody knew that for sure until the 70s. This is facts. And there's archaeologists, Europeans that came to Africa as early as I can find, 1910, 1920, somewhere in that area, that conversations were being had. And guys wrote notes and wrote, journals about what the Dogon people told them as early as the 1910, 1920. And so later on, we found the technology to know that this kind of star pattern, this star system existed. And what the question was how in the F did these quote unquote primitive people know about this? How? How in the hell, before we even knew that this thing existed with our modern telescopes and all the technology that we had, how did these people know anything about this? Hold on to that thought for 1 second. Go ahead, kid.
No, I have no idea how they would know these things, but at the same time, the amount of understanding and knowledge that you could glean as a society or a small group of people over the centuries of time should not be what's the word I'm looking for? It should not be ignored or belittled or overlooked, right? Like who knows if they've been there long enough and had the time, energy, and effort to stare into the sky and monitor what's happening out there. Because again, like what else is there to do? They ain't got TV, so you might as well, we might as well look in the sky and see what's cracking. They would be able to. They might have been able to determine a little bit of what's going on up there for their own purposes. And that, from a human ingenuity perspective, doesn't really surprise me all that much. But of course, the Western civilized man would show up and be like, yeah, y'all full of shit. That can't be. What do y'all know?
That's exactly what happened. What you're seeing are, interpretations of original drawings on the right. These are interpretations of what was seen. And if you look at these things really, really closely, the ones on the right, look at the image third to the right. You see really, really small mouths, real like little portal holes for mouths. And you see down at the bottom left of that image, you see kind of no mouth there. And so that leads me into this conversation. Just kids, be interactive with me. If you don't mind, you are trips, it doesn't matter. Just read this off for me for a second. Just read it off and we'll debate what you see.
Sure. To the Dogon tribe of Mali, the Namo are revered amphibious fish-like ancestral spirits sent by the creator god Amma, often called masters of water, considered the first progenitors of humanity, symbolizing life and sustenance, described to have human upper bodies with fish-like lower extremities.
That's the short story. Progenitors of humanity, basically creators that bring life. So these people basically created life based on what the Nomo said. That's what they called these beings that came from Sirius B star system. They call them Nomo, and amphibious like spirits that are masters of water. I just want to throw this out there before we carry on and go forward. You guys ever heard any kind of stories about mermaids? I'm sure you have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
You ever heard any stories about sirens?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They sing their songs.
Okay, what do you think about that? Each one of y'all. I'm talking about the sirens.
Well, supposedly the sailors on the ships would hear their call and follow that voice into the depths of their own demise. So, could it be like little fish kind of type people thing? Sure. But that was the ancient story, or the legend, the song of the siren led, sailors to their ends.
So
go ahead, kids.
I didn't have much to add. That's basically what you would hear. In my opinion, it's just like these sailors had enough and jumped off off the boat. I don't know if there's necessarily really any sort of sound that you would hear out in the middle of BF nowhere water, ocean, but that's the way that it's depicted. There's some sort of a sound that they're hearing, which more or less hypnotizes a man, and that sailor man walks right off into the ocean to get closer to that sound. They're almost drawn.
So you guys
I've had some land sirens too, Scrolls. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You guys are right ass, y'all dead ass on point. Some of the stuff I've heard is there are benevolent and malevolent sirens.
Mm-hmm. What is a benevolent siren?
A nice one.
But I know what the word benevolent means, but I mean, like, to what end? So, like, the end that I've heard of thus far echoes what Trip is saying. There's a sound that occurs in the middle of the ocean. A sailor might hear it, become hypnotized to some degree, and you know what I mean, and likely walks right off into the ocean and drowns. What's the positive effect that they could have on you?
They can steer you away from the malevolent ones.
Oh, okay.
Good versus bad, under the ocean style.
Don't walk into the ocean.
Yin yang,
Okay, all right.
That's above Earth too.
It could be the ones that, instead of dolphins, that guide ships away from rocks. That save life as opposed to the ones that try to take it.
Okay.
Remember all the stories we've been covering pretty heavily. Some of the water UAP phenomenon around the world, whether it's with the DHS we did last week with over there in Puerto Rico with that airport incident where the thing went in the water and came up 2 pieces and all that. We talked about conversations about we have a sitting senator that has said that there's 5 to 6 underground bases, UAP, well, let's just say extraterrestrial bases in the ocean as we speak. 5 to 6, he's confirmed. His name is Tim Burchett. Go check it out. And I'm not with the politics that come with it, but when you get guys that get into a skiff and get credentialed information that they are not allowed to speak to in the public, and he's telling to you in the open without giving up classified information, can you confirm or deny this? And the question that was asked to him, can you confirm that there are possibly extraterrestrial bases in the oceans here on the planet Earth? He says, yes, I can confirm there are 5 to 6 of them. Go watch the video. Go watch the video. And it can get partisan if you want it to be, or you can just take the information as it is. It doesn't turn into politics with me when it comes to this. And I'm going to tell you guys something that I probably shouldn't. Let's just say the guy that's sitting in the White House right now, based on some of the current events that are happening right now, without giving you guys details about it, has called for the Pentagon to release. He said the Pentagon in those words, the Pentagon, to release all of the files related to UAP, UFO information. What that's going to lead to, we'll find out something. But one of the things that in that statement that he made, in that message he made on social media, he didn't ask the CIA. He didn't ask the CIA. He just said the Pentagon. The CIA is a completely different entity. So let's pause there for a second. Let's finish this off with this. We'll come back to that, kids and trips. Come back to that. Give me 1 second. A little bit more information about, and this is confirming what I said. So what this says on the screen is Sirius A is a bright star which can be seen in western skies through the naked eye, but not Sirius B. Like I said, it's invisible in comparison. The Dogon people knew Sirius B was very small, but a dense and heavy, yet its existence was proven only in the 1970s when it was photographed for the first time by Western astronomers. Dogon tribe knew about the existence of this invisible star for thousands of years. I repeat, the Dogon knew about this invisible star and its existence for thousands of years. They also knew about Saturn and its 4 moons and the rings and halos around it, although these cannot be seen without powerful telescopes. These are facts, man. This ain't me pulling stuff out of my rear side. These are facts. I'm just leaving it open for y'all to talk if you want to.
You did, and I don't know what to say because I don't know where this is going outside of where you were before, and so where you going?
That's the guy, the image you see on the right. That's the Nomo, the amphibious creatures they talking about. Some of the images you see carved out, some of the images you see are full body human-like upper bodies, and then some of them have fishtail-like lower bodies. The other ones have full human-like figures. They have a really long face and a cone-shaped head. Look at that guy right there on the right of that image. Cone-shaped head.
Elder, it's you.
Long, really long face, really long head, and really small portal mouth. That's a noticeable feature on this carving here. This is stuff that's in museums right here.
Kind of look like Squidward a little bit. That's another story.
The guy you see to the right of that is very similar in its features. Long, and his head is kind of chipped off. And that's a museum artifact right there. That the far right image you're looking at with the chipped off head, it's really
See,
in the cone.
Those that are saying it's his granddaddy.
Yeah, man, this is deep stuff. This is easy for anybody that wants to go and backtrack and leave the Nomad network for the night and go check this stuff out. Easily researchable. All it takes is Google search AI or ChatGPT, whatever you use to trying to find qualified information about stuff we're talking about tonight. You can fact check this easily. Everything we're saying tonight is on point. And I think when I found out about this story, Keds and Trips, this is when I really started to learn, when I was getting my second education. When I found out about this story, it really, really opened up something in me. And the more and more I read on it, I got several books I've had, and they all point to the right same thing. To this day, the Dogon have, and I'll say this too, nobody knew that that star orbited the sun every 50 years. In the United States or in Western, the way we measure time, it's 50 years, but to them it's 60. So they're like 10 years ahead of us, per se, the way they measure time. And so, again, man, this stuff is ancient. It's knowable. It's you can receive this anytime you want to, but you should look up what the Dogon tribe of Mali, West Africa, knew about Sirius B before anybody knew it here in the Western world or across anywhere in the world. They knew it. And we found out about it thousands of years later. If you look at the Dogon tribe right now, if you Google them images of the Dogon tribe, what you will see is and just know, in Africa, every continent has different tribes like we do here in the United States, like they do in Canada. We have tribes here too. We live different kinds of ways, whether we live in the United States or Canada or Mali. These people, like the true traditionalists, they live literally in clay caves in mountains, literally, and have existed that way for thousands of years and don't want to be bothered. And nobody F's with them. Nobody. And these people knew everything that we're trying to learn. Just wanted to put that out there, man. That's my last thoughts about this before we get out of this. Any more thoughts, questions? I'm here for it. I'm glad to talk about it.
Cool.
Well, you went into like the CIA and stuff like that. Where was that really headed, and how is it truly connected to this?
Well, the Pentagon is the Pentagon. The Pentagon handles, let's just say, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and anything and everything surrounding that. They handle classified information. They handle defense of this country. But the CIA is a completely different entity, even if it's not listed that way. The CIA is really its own government within this government. I'm not speculating anything. That's what I know. I don't give a shit who's in power. The CIA is just like the Mossad in Israel, completely different entity than the government that runs the country.
Fair enough. It's the intelligence agency that, you know, either lets you know some stuff or decides not to let us know some stuff, and that's generally them deciding not to.
All right. This is very interesting stuff, man, but I'll break it down really, really quick before we get out of here.
Okay.
Dogon tribe of Mali, West Africa, where a lot of black people, they are all over the world right now. A lot of you guys come from West Africa. And what tribe you came from? Senegal, Ghana, Mali, wherever you came from. We all are descendants. I don't give a shit what color you are. All of y'all are descendants from this continent here. And it's ancient. And it's knowledge, it's coding. Everything about life descends from here. That's what you should know. Whether you want to accept it, that's up to you. But now I'm telling you, this is deep right here. When I found out about this, man, it's opened up my world. Understand that. All right, we're gonna get out of there, man, because I can get carried away with this one. And we're gonna do some stuff that I think kids are gonna enjoy doing.
What we doing?
Give me a second.
All right.
My mouse went dead on me. Hold on. Damn, it's dead. Oh, here we go. My bad. Damn it, man. Hold on, bro.
What happened?
My SHIT started messing up with me, man. But I gotta put this on the screen. I actually think Trip's gonna off more on this one.
You will choke yourself.
What do y'all think about this movie, man?
I don't know if I've seen this one in full, to be honest with you.
What?
Well, this is a Stanley Kubrick movie, Full Metal Jacket, an epic story of the Vietnam War. It had a lot of actors in it, young actors. It had a lot of classic lines from it. From "You will choke yourself" and "Me love you long time." And the story of young, Americans sent to Vietnam, to fight in that conflict, and the things that they had to go through from their own side, the things they had to do, the things that were done to them, and just the whole fog and haze and hell of war, and coming out on the other side without being too PTSD'd, if you were lucky enough to get that far. So I mean, it looked at a lot of different angles, and it was very cohesive the way it flowed. There was the drama, the conflict resolution, the interpersonal issues with fellow soldiers, and this is beyond the enemy, quote unquote, Charlie. So I mean, it was a very Stanley Kubrick type movie with a little little war flavor.
Let me say this, man. Trips is so right. He's giving you. All right, I'm gonna give you, kids, if you've never met. I don't know how I went in Canada during that time, but I know this: in this country, you're bound to run into somebody or know somebody that's been through this. And you knew them, at least. If they still here, they still here. But like, I've met several people that's gone through this war. Marines. This movie is about, in particular, this is about Marines, and I have a few Marine homeboys.
Show me your war face.
Yeah, they are all kinds of not put together. Let's just say that, because of their experience. None of them have fought in the Vietnam War, but the people that I knew that did fight in the Vietnam War, I don't know any of them that's still here. Met them as a small boy, and they were tripping, bro. You're talking about it's so deep and it's so ugly. And you know what's to me, you know, this movie was really, really poignant for people that have gone through the military or the Marines in particular, and how they came back. And you know, if you experience people that have gone through that, that's one thing. But the worst thing about it is meeting people that were on the other side of it that ended up here. That's the worst part about it. And hearing some of the stories of what happened to those people and how badly there's pictures, old time magazine pictures that show the destruction. And to me, that's what sticks with me is the destruction and the carnage to people. Over what? Over what? And for what? To me, that's what Full Metal Jacket just showed, this side of it, and how you should be sensitive to the soldiers that came back from there and what they did over there. That's, you know, but it's a lot of color in that.
Yeah, this is one of those. There were a lot of films like this, you know, during the 80s and late 70s. This is like one of the ones that kind of slipped through the cracks for me. I'll be completely frank.
Treat yourself, brother.
Tons of clips on this. I probably will actually go back and watch this. I've seen tons of.
Does this mean Ann Margaret's not coming? Yeah, dumbass.
Yeah, there's lots of clips of this that I've seen, but nothing that I actually have not seen this movie in full. This is
you have to. This is a movie, kids. Get some popcorn, get the missus, sit down, and just open your mind and just watch.
It's one of the best movies you ever seen in your life.
Huh. Okay.
Because there are things that you go, oh, that's not. Wait, he did what? Wait, who? They're doing. Wait, what's happening now? But it was very, I would say, realistic, you know, because a lot of those soldiers came back not only messed up mentally, but came back hooked on drugs. Yeah. And over there, their superiors, their COs knew, you know, but they didn't care because they had a job to do, and that job was, you know, to unalive people. That was their purpose. And those people could be of any ages, sexes, genders. It didn't matter. If the order came down, you had to follow it, conscious objectorship aside.
Hey, kids, I'll tell you this. You know how I found out about this movie? I was a college student. I'm playing football, and it's on was it Thursday or Friday night when everybody's going out. So, you know, in the football dorms, you know, if you're in the dorm in your freshman year, you're in the dorm, and you know, depending on who you are, you might not be. My freshman year, I wanted to be in the dorm. I wanted to know what the dorm life was. I wanted to see what it was like. I could have lived off campus, but I wanted to be in the dorm. And so I'm in the dorm. I'm getting ready to go out. What was it, Thursday, Friday? I don't know which. It was probably about 11 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock. And I get off the elevator, going through the lobby, and I see all these football players and shit, and there's girls in there, and they all up in there. They got food, they got drink. They done took over the goddamn dorm. And I'm like, what the? I'm like, I'm going out, man. People expecting me to come out. It's like, oh, yo, where you going, bro? I was like, where you think I'm going? I'm going out to the club. Like, man, they was like, F that, man. Come on up in here. What y'all doing? Immediately, you see your teammates, you see girls, you smell food, all this kind of stuff, kids. You're going to be like, all right, what y'all got going on? You about to watch Full Metal Jacket. I'm like, what is that? They started describing it to me, and I'm just like, man, nobody trying to sit here and watch no damn war. Dog, you ain't never seen Full Metal Jacket. No, And so I'm getting ready to get out the door. I get like 2 steps out the door, and one of my guys it was a safety from my DB room. He comes out there. He's like, dog. He's like, man, them girls gonna be out there, man. You should watch this. This is for the team, man. Come in here with your teammates, man. He was like a junior, and he convinced me to come back into. I was just like, man, bro, you effing me up because I had a girl in mind, bro. I go back in there, and when I tell you mind blown is a meme, I was the meme.
Damn.
I start thinking about the cats I had met when I was a kid and how they got like that because I never understood it.
So you must have seen this years after it came out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Long time after it came out.
And this is why I haven't watched this movie, because this movie came out in 1987. I know exactly how old I was and what I was into at that time. You probably couldn't have thrown this movie at me and hit me with it. You know what I mean? Like I would dodge just like the plague. What's cool for me right now, looking back, A, Stanley Kubrick, B, Matthew Modine and Vincent D'Onofrio are in this movie. I like both of these actors for many different reasons. Matthew Modine might be familiar to folks who've watched Stranger Things as of late. He was like the doctor that helped Eleven out. That's Matthew Modine. And Vincent D'Onofrio is the fucking kingpin in Daredevil.
Law and Order.
And clearly he's a bad MF in Law and Order though. He was a serious.
Yeah, serious MF. But now, did you look down at the cast?
Forced to be reckoned.
I guess you froze up.
Sorry, I'm with you.
Let me get you back going. If you are somebody that at least knew somebody that went through this war, and then you watch this movie, if you got any kind of human DNA going through you, you're a changed man after this. Am I right or wrong, Trips?
Yeah, I mean, because look down the cast list, and now you see their actors' faces, but at the time in character, like they put their names like Private Snowball and Private Cowboy, Handjob. These were young 18-year-olds, going off to conflict, the war basically. And the methods used by the government to train them, are many deemed illegal today. The things that they had to do would be deemed illegal, but it is war. And so looking at the age on these actors' faces now does not equate to the baby faces that they were back in 1987. Oh, no. And like a young Dorian Haywood, he's too buku, Alabama Black Snake. You know what I mean? You got to see the movie. But at the time, all of those young actors came together, and it went from their innocence in the beginning of the movie to them singing, Mickey Mouse at the end of the movie without ruining too much.
I put it to you this way, kids. I didn't think Stanley Kubrick can ever do any better than this movie until I seen Eyes Wide Shut, and it hit me different for a different reason. But in essence, man, what I could tell you is this is powerful, MFer, man. Like you cannot come away from watching this movie if you know somebody that went through this war. If you don't know somebody that went through this war, then it's going to be like a war movie to you. It's going to be nothing. But to understand what a Full Metal Jacket is part of the movie too. And I ain't going to tell you what that is.
Well, but then also part of the, just in this movie poster, the dichotomy. How do you have Born to Kill on your helmet next to a peace symbol? Aren't those totally opposites? But it made sense in context
of the times.
Right.
Of the times. know when this happened. Think about it. When this happened, there's a lot of peace rallies and a lot of, upheaval going on in the country that was totally against this war. And that's where the symbolism comes in, what Trish is talking about with the peace sign on the helmet and the wording on the helmet as well, how that comes into conflict. It is totally going to be a game changer to you. But if you haven't met a Vietnam veteran, I don't see how this is going to impact you in a big way, kids, like it does somebody that knows people like that.
Terms like 1,000-yard stare. You know what I mean?
Now you're talking too much.
Yeah, but I mean, for a term like somebody who quote unquote shell shocked or trench sickness or 1,000-yard stare, but the war aspect of it all, the innocence, the war, the politics, the internal politics. I mean, there's just a lot going on in this damn movie. Plus, people are trying to shoot at him. You got that aspect of the war. So yeah, that too.
Let's frame it this way for him, Trips. Would you consider this top 25 in the movies you ever seen in your life?
Oh yeah, because I would consider any movie that you can say the name of it, and it's like you can think of like 10 quotes off the top of the head. It's like that. That's a movie that made an impression.
That should be enough said for you, kid.
Okay. Okay. This is just one. I remember my grade. Like, this came out when I was in grade 6. I was 12. I remember my grade 6 teacher talking about it though. Like, since we're having a conversation, and I remember his mind being completely effing blown by this film, and he kind of sat us down as a class and was like, "Class, I watched this movie," and we had a huge discussion about it. But I never went out and actually watched this. I've seen the vast majority of the other films that are similar to this, not to take anything away from it. But that being said, I think I probably have to go back and do a little bit of a Stanley Kubrick.
Look at Patrick.
But now Patrick said top 10.
I can't. That's hard for me to argue with it. Yeah, it's hard.
And I think this movie is a little more straightforward than other Stanley Kubrick joints, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of multiple levels and layers to it, but on the surface, it's a very good just genre movie for what it is. But then, of course, Kubrick has all his stuff beneath the surface, but in those like Eyes Wide Shut or Train Spotting or the Orange one, those were just like kind of out there on a different level kind of movies.
He went so far out. Like, this one is it's so powerful. Like,
it's real realistic, I would think.
Yeah, it I already had a message from my uncle not to ever join the military, but this put there was ever yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. This one made me steer real clear. There's no chance. Like, there was no chance after this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Private Midnight.
That's how powerful it is, bro.
Was it Sergeant Midnight? It was Midnight, and Midnight. Let's just say, hey, you're a very dark-skinned person. I'm gonna call you Midnight.
It's you still talking too much now. Let him play it out.
Oh yeah, there's no spoiler alerts, but I mean, there's so many quotables in there. It's like, kids, come on, you gotta watch the movie just so we can quote with each other.
Okay, all right, done deal.
I'll tell you what, we'll come back to it. If you watch it, you let one of us know, and we'll come back to it and then give your interpretation on what you saw. And if anything sounds like we're being real tremendous about what we're saying about the movie, you tell us.
No. Like I say, I actually remember my teacher coming back and being sort of completely mind blown by this film. And we had a big discussion about it. I think it's worth a bit more of a view from me. I think I'll go back and I'll actually watch this one. there's a couple of Kubrick movies that I should probably go back and watch. I should definitely watch A Clockwork Orange again. I'll tell you guys, I went to see Space Odyssey twice, and as a, like, 2010, not 2001, and fell asleep twice. I couldn't get through that. But that's not a true Kubrick. I believe that's actually directed by somebody else. There's a few Kubricks that I got to go back and spend a little time with. So I'll get that done.
I'll say this before we get into the next one. The part that really got me is the basic training part, and I'll just leave that there. The basic training part of the movie, how they were training those Marines, and what came out of the training of those Marines. It's gonna stick to you like flies stick to shit, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm just gonna put it to you very, very simply. Training of these soldiers is gonna really stick out to you.
Where do you come from, Private Snowball? Texas. Only two things come from Texas.
All right, come on. Let me go and move on, because this is the last one for the night. Kid's been waiting on this one for a while.
Oh, this is my baby here. This film, I love this movie for all sorts of different reasons. The main reason, though, Alan Moore, the guy who wrote the actual comic book. Like, if I knew we were gonna do this today, I'd probably pull the comic down. I know it's up there. This is the first graphic novel that I ever read from front to back. And what a graphic novel is really like an entire comic book series or arc in one large book. This comic book was visceral. This film is a great it's a very good adaptation of what he was trying to do with the comic book. Alan Moore's written 4 or 5 properties you're probably familiar with. So this is one of them. Another one is The Watchmen. Watchmen is Alan Moore. This is Alan Moore.
Can I stop you for a second, kid?
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you why. You'd be probably pat yourself on the back here. I've had so many dope ass conversations with these two cats right here, whether it's Trips, Kids, but especially more recently, Kids. This came up so many times in different conversations we've had before we even had machinations of doing this part of the show. I think some of the conversations we had, this part of the show was born from it. And to Kaz's point about this movie, I'll just tell you from my perspective. I'm gonna give you a real general perspective before Kaz really colors this thing in. This movie to me was so rewarding. It's one of those, hell yeah, get them. You know, I didn't even know it came from a comic book until I talked to Kaz about it. Till he started talking to me about it. I didn't know there's a goddamn comic book about this. I'm not into the shit, but he told me. I was like, what? So, long story short, as the movie plays out, and to not give away everything in the movie, how V was made and how he became that character was extremely powerful. And the revenge he exacted on the people he exacted it on was very radar like. It was like pinpoint. He knew exactly who, what, when, where, and why to get that. And it's powerful. In hindsight I'm talking about post me watching the movie, I've watched it 4 or 5 times. Post me talking to kids about it and the comic book version of it and seeing the screenplay play out, it's very, very powerful after that. I'll just say that before you go ahead and color it in, kids. I probably talk too much as it is.
Remember, the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. Switch gunpowder with Twin Tower, and it becomes a little bit more powerful. So on the 5th of November, a guy named Guy Fawkes blew up. He blew up London Bridge, I believe, in London. The mask that V for Vendetta wears is a mask of Guy Fawkes. At November 5th is Guy Fawkes Day. Just things to understand. Really, where this comes from, this whole film comes from a guy who was experimented on, a soldier who was experimented on, and then locked away in prison for many years because those experiments went in a weird direction. He was not the lone soldier who experienced all of these machinations. There are many more. But in the end, there was an accident at this location where they were holding him, and he was able to escape as a burn victim, just burnt to a crisp. But what he came to understand was that whatever they'd done to him allows him to basically resist pain in a very special way. So he disappears. Make sure that building is completely destroyed, but he disappears and he's off into the world for many years. But he had some resources and begins to stack additional resources and finds a little spot for himself to live, which is underground. I believe it's underneath a museum. What winds up happening is he spends the rest of his life living in this little area, trying to understand who was responsible for him being who he is and the things that happened to him. And at some point, he eventually fully understands it. And what it amounts to is a false flag attack, not just on the United States of America, but also on that, that prison, also in London. There's a much larger situation. This movie touches on 9/11. It touches on COVID. This movie is one of the, honest to God, one of the most underrated films of all time.
I was young when I saw it, and I never got into the comic books or the novels or anything, but it always just struck me as the keywords of revolution, control, and half of the public being blind to it, half of them being apathetic to it, and the other half, the third half, obviously, being awake to it. And this the main character there, as to Nomad's point, he was targeted with pinpoint with his targets, so it would spark
revolution,
biggest fuse, to boom, with the subsequent reactions to knocking over that one domino. But instead of knocking over the domino at the bottom, he knew which dominoes to target at the top. And so it was just,
it's funny you use domino, Trip, because there's a scene in the film where he flicks this crazy domino, what do you call those? Like a bunch of dominoes, and they all sort of fall into line, just showing how he's going through those machinations and exacting his revenge very specifically. And this film sort of begins very quickly with him saving the girl here, and then going to a news studio. And he goes to the news studio. Strangely, this girl also works at the news studio, but he goes to the news studio and just beats the daylights out of a bunch of security guards and takes over the studio so he can give a message. And the message was basically, you guys are all blind to what's really gone on. Your higher ups have been lying to you forever. I happen to have an understanding of what actually happened, because in this film, North America is decimated, it's destroyed. And
well, hold on, Kez. I don't think you set it up the right way, because
what did I miss?
the one thing you didn't add to it is how the framework of the movie is set up in the first place. It's set up in the UK,
Mm-hmm.
and it's set up around kind of, I'll just say, you can tell me if I'm wrong, all the ire is pointed at Windsor, mostly.
I think that's I think that's a little bit less important. Like, what's important was really right
It
where I
is
was. So
important to the big framework now.
you're close to right where I was. So why the ire was pointed at Windsor is Windsor becomes the it becomes the leading political area now that North America has been destroyed. So with North America out of the mix, guys to lead the world are living in Windsor. They're running the show. It's all out of that, it's all the British, British leadership at this point. There's a gentleman who's taken over more or less the world as ran out of Windsor. And this is just the message that V's giving to the world. And it's like, look, in a year's time, I'll be back. You have to welcome, here I am, but in a year's time, I'll be back. And by that time, you will have started to figure out what the F is really going on and what happened. And at that point, will you be with me? And is basically what he's asking on this broadcast. And over time, as he starts to knock these specific people out of the game, things start to come to light. And on the flip side of all of this, there's a cop. And the cop is hell-bent to stop V for Vendetta. That's his job. He's investigating stuff. He doesn't want, he thinks V's out there trying to kill people, and that's his job. And he starts to put together the puzzle.
All right. I'm tired of listening to you dance around this. I'm gonna really get your pee hot right now.
Okay.
So brace up and be cautious now with your words.
Okay.
I'm gonna set this up. How we're talking about Windsor. We're just coming off of the revelation that somebody, Andrew, formerly of Windsor, is in hot water. And this is how you connect it to now. How old is this movie, kids? Just tell me how old this movie is. It's about 30 years old at least, right?
Oh, no. It's
20.
I think this would have come out in 2000 or 2001.
So about 20 years.
About 25 years.
Okay. Connected to now. With caution, kids. With caution. Now, watch your words.
So like I say, there's a lot of connection to all of this. There is government collusion. There is false flags, which is truly a attack by a government on their own people, which is how it turns out that the U.S. and North America winds up being destroyed in this film. The people who did it are the same people who conspired against V to destroy him. If we're to also connect a portion of this to COVID, as a for instance, it's a virus that they use, that they create, and they're testing on V and the people in that prison. V turns out to be the guy who could withstand the virus. He just happened to sort of not just become immune, but also become stronger. That virus is used to wipe out the U.S. Okay, it's used to wipe out North America, and North America is no longer a faction. So the faction in power are the folks in Windsor, more or less. Well, I would say the royal family. But the guy in the movie overtakes that from the royal family and becomes the leader, the leader of the world. And he's very, they kind of position him to be sort of like that guy whose name starts with H. you know, and that's sort of a good synopsis. I won't directly link it to, where you're going, but there's like, I would have to watch it again to do that.
Where am I going?
Well, you're going closer to Prince Andrew and Big Jeff.
Well, I'll say this. I'll clarify it for you. I think this movie is a precursor to reality today in a way that is very poignant right now because of Windsor. Number one, I don't know how that shit still exists. I know some people that live in the UK. I know a lot of people that live in the UK. And I don't even know how I met them, but I just happen to make acquaintances with some people from there. And they're all kinds of colors. They ain't just one people. They're all kinds. And the fact that Windsor still exists is behooving to me based on those people don't like those folks. They don't see those people as people. They see them as it's. You understand me? They're not human to them. They're like, what the fuck? I mean, what if it's like a cabal of lizards is how the best I can describe them to you the way they were described to me. People don't like them. And I don't think they can stand. And this happened again, like Kez said, it's about 20, 25 years ago when this movie was made. What a precursor to what we see now.
Well, there's a bigger precursor, and it's the fallout of this film, which is at some point, that year goes by and he's more or less sussed out everybody who was involved and put them on blast for the world to see. And how this, in my opinion, sort of connects to where we are in time is that, certain information's been put on blast and the world is looking at it. The problem is there's no catalyst. There isn't a V in real time.
Oh, yeah, it is.
No. Who is it? Where is he?
That's it for a whole other conversation, but
well, I'd like to meet that guy, and we need to have a chat. I'm just saying that if there is a catalyst who can drive revolution, that's what's missing, right? Because once the information is out there, at some point, the general public has a choice to make, and the choice is whether to be there's three angles to this. A, apathetic. You can just sit around and do nothing, not give a fuck. B, be with the folks who fucked the world up in the first place. Be down with them. Or C,
the resistance.
Resistance, revolt, revenge. And that's where V comes in. That's the vendetta.
Let me tell you. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to pick my words carefully here, too. There's a cabal or a den of less than human people.
No goodness.
There's a den of them. And that den is being disrupted. And the guy that's playing V in this movie, let's just say, philosophically, that's us. That's us. That's you. Kids, that's me. That's you, Triple R. That's everybody that's listening to us. We are all him. And that's don't. You're gonna give away the whole goddamn thing by following that up. I just wanted to put that out there before just move around that part because I don't say it too much as the host.
What you said was kind of powerful because once that year is over, basically the better part of the population dons this mask, this hat, and a hoodie, and a black hoodie, and they are also him. And that's where what you were saying becomes a little bit more powerful. The way that I took it is, as far as the film is concerned, at some point we should all be that catalyst.
Yep. Stop looking around for everybody else to come save you and just know the power between the two of us. That's probably the best way to describe it.
Yeah. Everybody becomes V in the end. And they take over and overthrow that entire situation and move towards some level of change. And that's why this movie is so powerful for me and one of my favorite films of all time. Is it top 10, top 25 films, of all time? I'm going to say no. Probably wouldn't reach the top 100 for many folks.
But it would for me because it hit me.
This is my point. The actual message that Alan Moore is packaging here it's obvious, it's clear, and again, just slight comic book context. This man wrote this book well before COVID, well before 9/11 had ever occurred, well before those things. So when these events actually happen, years after I've read this graphic novel, I'm like, holy smokes, right? Like, this is so, this is such a precursor to all of that. This kind of prepared me for these things. Wait a minute, who did this? Right? Which is why I was asking that question as soon as those, later that day on September 11th. Stuff like this kind of prepared me for some of these weird things that we're looking at. And it's just the creativity of guys like, Stanley Kubrick, who we've talked about earlier today, and Alan Moore.
It's, what, I'm gonna take this a little bit further before we close this out. My boys, people that are around me all the time, whenever I'm moving around and when I'm doing something that, I'm just hanging out, they always trip on me because stuff like this movie, Full Metal Jacket, I didn't know about that freaking movie until I was in college, man. Like, this movie is another one that I didn't see until so many goddamn years later. A lot of the stuff that we talk about on these shows, I didn't see for a long time after this shit came out. But when I saw it, maybe that's what it was supposed to be for me. Hell, I was living a hell of a bachelor life, just on my shit, and that was more important to me than any of the shit that's on TV or in the movie theater. Way more important. I wasn't interested. My life was way more interesting as far as that goes, man, because that's just what it was for me. You know what I mean? And when I seen these movies at the time when I was growing, you know what I mean? And again, there's a second education that all really, really strong, intellectual, spiritual human beings need to have. You need a second education. What you learned in school, what you learned in college, which I don't give a shit what kind of title you have behind your name. You can have a doctorate. I don't give a shit and know nothing. Know absolutely nothing. You need a second education in life in order for you to understand societal issues, personal issues, spiritual issues, things that you deal with emotionally. There's a second education that's required in order for you to advance. I'll say that again. There's a second education required in order for you to advance. If not, you're going to be stuck in an effing conundrum for the rest of your existence. And I'm not saying this movie is part of that requirement. It just happened to be part of mine. And I learned some things from this movie. That's all I can say to that is I absolutely learned some things.
Yeah, the parallels are pretty obvious. Like I'm saying, I read this. I'll admit to it. I stole this graphic novel out of a comic book store when I was like 16. And went home, I read this book and was like, yo, this is crazy. And then I immediately went back to that same store and stole his next one, which is Watchmen. So, like, anyways, Alan Moore's really good, with the slight exception of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Terrible movie. He hates it. Not as, like, it's a better comic, but he's really good. And what he tends to do is take you sort of outside of, you know, the general superhero sphere and paint a picture about the world we live in. He does a really good job of that in both Watchmen and V for Vendetta. But this one, when connected to the world we live in and what we've seen happen since the year 2000, holy shit, it's pretty prophetic.
Art imitating life, or life imitating art.
One or the other. One or the other.
I probably shouldn't say this, but somebody told me a long time ago, like, most of the truth you'll see in life will appear in movies probably 20 years as a baby. It'll come to life in 20 years before you actually see it. And I remember hearing that for the first time. Again, I was in college and I didn't see the world the way I'm supposed to see the world while I was in college, which ended up getting me. I didn't end up being a professional football player like I was supposed to be, because I didn't see the world as it was. I only seen it as I thought it was and what I wished it to be. And that naivete about me cost me. And I'm not going to sit here and cry no pissy river with you guys about why I ain't a professional football player and have, like, I was good about it. But post that, these are the things, movies like this help me recover. It helped me to get a grasp on what I got wrong in my life when I thought I figured life out at a very early age. I didn't know shit. And this kind of movie broadened my spectrum so that I can see in 360 degrees and not just this tunnel vision right in front of me. You know, movies like this will help you in that regard. And it definitely helped me. And man, I can't even tell you where my mind was at when I first saw this movie. Like, dog, it shone a light. It definitely shone a light. I'm just like, damn, all this shit was going on around me while I was playing football, and I just refused to see it because I was too busy with my pride, you know? And your pride will get you. If you ain't never seen somebody's pride get them, boy, probably ain't lived long enough and had the right experiences. But I'm one of the pure examples of that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to watch out for sloth myself.
From the Goonies?
No.
Or
like, he trying to.
Hey, you guys.
Hey, you guys.
All right, man.
You see, Keds, he's all about the. I think Keds is he's not an envy. He's a he's the one where the narcissist.
I'm a narcissist?
Well, according to the 7.
Yeah, that motherfucker was way cooler. That was way cooler before he started wearing them goddamn shades, wasn't he?
Are you sure?
Now he come on like no autographs, no autographs.
Yeah, like
no, man. It's I this way I can roll my eyes at some of the bullshit y'all was talking about, and nobody's gonna pull my car.
Hey, we know you're doing it anyway, so we don't need the glasses.
We can hear your eyes rolling in your voice.
Oh yeah, I bet you can hear them too. Yeah.
Hey, look, we had this is a great conversation. I enjoyed it all. We went through the whole gamut of everything, but I think the Bear stuff is everything's senior, and the interesting news coming out of the Bears and what's going on, who they plan on moving, who they talking to, some of the players we were talking about. That shit was gold. But we went through it all today, man. But let's close this out, man. Let's give some final thoughts and pleasantries before we get ready to get up out of here, man.
Right on. Yeah, we ran it down the line. Food. Oh, we skipped drink, but we'll get to drink next week. It's all good. Doomsday prep, some good ass movies, and some conspiracy stuff. With most important topic covered being the Chicago Bears, as per normal. I think the one thing we left out, and I give about this much of a fuck about, is the entire stadium conundrum. I'm going to kind of leave it right there. They're going to figure this thing out. Maybe it's in Indiana. Maybe it's in Illinois. Huh?
I just, that's the least thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not sure how much I care, but I don't care. I just want them to figure it out.
They better not go to no fucking Indiana, man.
I hear that they actually are getting much closer with Illinois, which is great to hear. Hopefully they can light a fire under somebody's ass.
Hold on, just to before we close up, tomorrow, today, Thursday, both states, Indiana and Illinois, have votes within their state governments. The Indiana vote is to pass what's already passed their legislature through the Senate for final approval. What's happening in Illinois is to push along further the proposal, which still needs changes, which will still need more
Senate approval,
which comes later down the line.
Okay.
So if Illinois votes in a positive way tomorrow, it's still not a go for Arlington Heights.
Damn.
But if it's not a positive enough, move, and the deal in Indiana is approved, now that's a whole new thing. So more to be determined today, but maybe not totally answered.
Y'all know me. Wake me up when the goddamn dust is settled.
Before you go. I'm with you.
Hanging on like a yo-yo.
Look, I don't. My little 2 cents about this is, like, it would be awesome if they could get this shit done in Illinois without it costing the taxpayers money. I just don't see that being the case. Sounds like it's gonna cost y'all some money. So I don't know, man. You know what I mean? The last thing that I'll say about this is I believe there's been some comments around the cost of actual seats at Soldier today, and
those are going up.
Bro, let me explain something to you. And I'm gonna tell you exactly where I'm at. That motherfucker moves to Indiana. It's a good chance I won't be a Bears fan no more.
Oh man,
what?
I'm not fucking kidding you. I can't stand Indiana. One thing good that ever came out of Indiana is Michael Jackson.
Okay, that's fair. The Jackson 5 did come out of Gary. There's a couple of other good things that come out.
Well, people think they think that Children of the Corn is only from Iowa, but I think that goes for Indiana too.
They might also be from Indiana.
Yeah, because Indiana
is
basically a big ass farm.
Bird from Indiana.
That's about the second best thing.
All right,
but his ass white. Shit.
Yeah, we know what color Larry Bird is, damn it. He was good at basketball for
came from French Lick.
Damn. I should have said that, man.
But Indianapolis is the biggest city in Indiana, and it's a big ass farm town. I mean, the state of Indiana is a big ass farm, basically, rural state.
Yeah, I'm with you, but apparently it's only like 20 minutes away from where Soldier is today.
Oh yeah, no time.
Is where they're trying to go. So I don't know, man. I don't.
That ain't got no business being in Indiana, man. I think.
Well,
Kevin. Hey, he gonna get his ass. Man, George gonna.
Well, no, technically, remember there is Papa Bear George Hallis did live and play football in Hammond, Indiana.
No shit, surely
a year before the Decatur Staleys. So there are connections and roots to Hammond and the Hallis family.
Hey, Trip, one of these days we're gonna see a video of George McCaskey piecing up Kevin Warren. He gonna be 3
points. Okay. Honestly, Kevin kind of dropped the ball here.
Yeah, I told you a long time ago he's full of shit.
Well, you can't not be full of, like, his job description
is full of shit.
It kind of equals like you have to be full of shit.
And then it gets to a level here, and we told you, me and Trips told y'all, this goes back a while. Chris was still here. We told y'all this man is a politician, and he's used to dealing with politics in a different place. He's gonna come here and get his ass handed to him.
Well,
he did like, the Chicago way, the Illinois way. Oh shit!
Isn't the Big Ten in Chicago?
No,
it's not Chicago, bro.
No, Indiana, Michigan, or some shit.
Okay, just checking. All right, I don't know.
Once you get here, you in the belly of the beast, bro.
Yeah, no, I get it from a political perspective. I get it.
You know, end of the day,
those guys over
at all of that.
Those guys over in Indiana are hungry. They're making moves, right?
Right. They like come here because we ain't got nothing else.
We don't have a football team. Bring us a football team.
They got the Colts.
Y'all want some of that?
Oh yeah, but who cares about the Colts?
I said corn. I said corn. They got corn.
They got corn.
And children. And the Colts.
Oh damn. I guess they do have the Colts. They do have a football team. That's cold-blooded. Because they're making, like I'm saying, they're making the moves they're making here is like we'll free up everything and build you a stadium and you can make money off of it. Go. Right. I'm kind of glad they're doing it because you would think it might light a fire under somebody's ass in Illinois. But so far, that hasn't been the case.
Hey man, all I know is George McCaskey, put hands on that motherfucker.
Yeah, but yeah. You know, well, I don't know.
Say George be like, Kevin, come to my office.
Oh, that's
or even better yet, tell George have his secretary call Kevin, tell him to bring his ass to the office.
Oh, you know that's
I gotta call your secretary. I'm gonna put hands and feet on you.
You know that happened sometime last week for sure. And Kevin got cussed out. But in the end, like, here's the one thing I am gonna say. I don't know, like, given how poorly and obviously he's dropped the ball in this situation, I kind of still don't want him to get fired. You know what I mean? Like, don't get
why? What the fuck do you care about, goddamn Kevin? Why?
Because Kevin Warren
stepped it up, man.
No, I agree.
Why just doing?
Because he was able to talk George off of certain ledges and get Ben Johnson here for us.
Oh, what do you think that has something to do with?
No, it has nothing. Like, the two things are slightly removed, but the upside is that it sounds to me like Kevin Warren can at least talk with George and have George do shit he doesn't really want to do, like fire Flus in the middle of his, like spend big coin to bring Ben Johnson.
Look at it like this. We all, well, not we all, but people are like, well, George is pissed at Kevin, and President Warren be like, look, George, Ted Phillips bought this Arlington Heights land and was like, yeah, we'll gladly pay you $200 million a year. Ain't shit on it. You know, we trying to develop it here. It's like, nah, this ain't it. Let me do some stuff. And it's like, you know, he went and hollered at the mayor of Chicago, woo, you know, found some locations there, do a little research. That didn't jump off. Now the state of Illinois is like, yeah, we still the only game in town. Ain't nothing jumping off in the city because ain't no acreage like that, you know. So we'll get to you when we get to you. And now 3 years later, you know, Kevin Warren is like, look, hey, Indiana, what up, though? And Indiana's like, hey, how you doing? You know, we got you over here. We got you with this. And now Illinois is like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we could make some moves, Bears. Here, we'll give you this, that, and the other. And Indiana's like, nah, fuck them. We can give you this, and this. And now, you know, now George can be looking at Kevin all side of all he want, but right now, between the state of Illinois and the state of Indiana, there is more activity on this Bears franchise than the state of Illinois has given them the time of day since Kevin Warren has been here.
All right.
Now, if that is Kevin Warren, creating leverage out of whole cloth, that is what he's doing. If he created a deal out of whole cloth for Indiana, and now all of a sudden Indiana gets the better deal, oh well, Illinois, that out of business. But that's his job, is to get it built. He doesn't have any
they're gonna
loyalty to any state.
They're gonna lose a fucking fan. And Scrolls, shut your ass up. You know you family around here, but shut your ass up. You live in California and you ain't getting taxed. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Warren is doing his job. We may not like it, but he's doing his job.
That's my only question about all of this. Like, I was really hoping this would be a short conversation, but my only question about all of this is like, why, as opposed to taxpayer money, like, fuck, like, okay, sorry, I kind of answered my own question, but I would think that they would go get a partner instead to help them build this out. The downside is even the partner is going to get taxed out the nose too. So,
well, they've already said that the Bears will pay for their own stadium. They're not asking for any taxpayer money for a stadium. They want the infrastructure, around the stadium, the highways, the metro and commuter stuff, the sewage, and all of that stuff, the grid stuff, and they want tax certainty, like this rate or this amount for this
X amount of years. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense to me.
They right now it's about the time period in which they'll be taxed heavily.
Okay,
it's all it is. It's about, okay, when the tax is gonna hit you. When is it gonna hit you? That's all it is. In short, the people around here, Scrolls live in California, and we live here. I don't want to be taxed as an Illinois resident for the Chicago Bears stadium. Fuck that, man. I love the Bears probably more than anybody, but man, get the fuck on. Not right now. Get the fuck on with all that shit.
Hey, but you might love the Bears, but you don't love being taxed. Like,
right, everybody has their own thing, though, and it's like the Bears, they trying to do their thing, and Scuttlebutt has it that if they can land a new stadium deal wherever it is, that's going to increase the value of the franchise to make it more attractive for sale. So and no McCaskey other than George has stepped up to want to take the reins of the organization from the family side of the matter. So it could just be a thing where it's like they just ready to cash out. And they just ready to get as much as they can, family wise, and going about their business.
There is no such thing in this world as me being sympathetic to a billionaire with my money. No such thing. Fuck them. They want to move. If they want to move and jump state, I'll jump teams. Fuck them.
Well, it's a little different going to Indiana than the Rams going to Los Angeles.
Fuck, if they leave this area,
because they'll still be the Chicago Bears.
I'm not playing. I'm not bullshitting whatsoever.
If they left the area, then anybody, has the right to, change your team, change your fandom. But they're still going to be the Chicago Bears, whether it be in Arlington Heights or in Indiana or downtown.
Without me, shit, fuck them.
But it's still people in Los Angeles talking about horns.
You're a billionaire in this state, you're going to tote your fucking weight. Period.
Well,
or get the fuck on out of here and go to Indiana.
If they're paying for their own stadium, how they not carrying their own weight?
If whatever taxes they got to pay, you a billionaire, you pay them motherfuckers. You pay them. That's it.
Well, no.
That's it.
No, because then you'd be like, no, you know what? Fuck you and your taxes. I'm going to Indiana.
They'll lose me.
Well, how much money are you putting in their pocket?
Exactly.
Well, you got to look at it like this, right? Like if
somebody Benz just said
3% of $1 billion is a lot of money, bro. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot.
I'm a fan because they're here. I'm a fan because they're here, and this is my jurisdiction.
Well, they'll still be here.
Nah, fuck that.
Because even if they move from Soldier Field to Arlington Heights, they're not going to be in Chicago.
I'm not doing all that, man. These billionaires, I'm not trying to help billionaires. Fuck them. But that's that, man. Let's go ahead and close this thing.
That's kind of like V for Vendetta. You sound kind of like Attitude up in there.
That's kind of that's me.
Shit, he gonna burn it. He gonna blow the building up.
Hey, man, fuck them, man. If you can't pony up as a billionaire, you talking about a billionaire's pocketbooks, and I'm supposed to feel some kind of empathy for you. Fuck you.
Well, but now if you are the McCaskies and you looking at the Chiefs, the Rams, the Commanders, all these other franchises getting all the kind of incentives and tax deals that those states are giving, you don't want that shit too?
Oh, well, they all of those guys kind of had to make moves, right? So even Kansas City, after winning two Super Bowls, had to move from Kansas to City, Kansas to you know what I'm saying. So they had to move. They had to move themselves. There's been some moves around. I believe Washington also had to move too very recently. I'm not sure if it's out of the district, but man, there's some things going on. What I will say is the craziest shit. Maybe they should move to Canada.
Yeah,
I'll take them. Move to Toronto. Buy the Sky Dome. I guarantee you the Canadian government would subsidize every fucking thing.
All right. I'll tell you what, man. Let's go and close this out, man, before I jump off a ledge because
we pissing Nomad off. The Toronto Bears, y'all. Just saying.
Tell them, Smitty.
In any event,
I'm not with all that. Don't get the fuck on. If you got to go to another state just to keep your billionaire pockets, man, you better keep this motherfucker in Chicago or else.
Well, that your mentality is not. You're not the only one who feels that way. This is a team that represents Illinois and the people thereof. People
right there in the song.
You know what I mean? It's right there.
By the joy of Illinois.
People who've grown up there, people who've left there, like the Scrolls, as a for instance. You know, it is truly representative of those folks, and I don't see how you get off moving. So hopefully the Illinois legislative folks can figure things out. But,
right, like what did Smitty say? The legislature folks are the same ones. What was that? These are the same cats that didn't want to talk to George Lucas about the Star Wars Museum in Chicago and the state of Illinois that they wanted to put over there in the area where Soldier Field is, right?
Their Soldier.
Yeah. You know, but the state of Illinois and the politicians was like, nah.
Well, because politicians under normal pretenses are really trying to say, what's in it for me? How do I get paid? Where's my
here's another way to look at it. When you own property, when you have to pay property taxes, what you end up seeing is, depending on how much commerce comes to your area, you're all about the commerce that comes to your area because it means that people are getting work and they're being prosperous for themselves. They're doing their thing, and you don't mind when you see that. Same thing with the Bears Stadium. You know that guys are going to go to work, ladies are going to go to work, people are going to get jobs, and that's what you're in it for. And then that again turns around and makes it feel good when you see your taxes go up. You know, that's when it feels good. Obviously, with that museum of Star Wars, maybe George Lucas wanted something for nothing. You know, he didn't want to be taxed. These are people who have large sums of money. But listen, fuck trying to feel sympathy for people that have large sums of money. We live in 2026.
Well, it's not about having
I don't care if it's the Bears. I don't care if it's Star Wars. I don't care if it's I don't care what it is. There's a very small community of people that are okay with, I'll take whatever comes with it. No, fuck that. I don't want my taxes raised for this shit.
Well, nobody does, but like the fact of the matter is, when you're making that kind of money, or investing that kind of money, businesses figure out ways to negate taxes. It's just name a
way of
business.
doing business.
You know what I mean? But name a bit. Amazon don't pay no taxes.
You know how many
Meta
people?
don't pay no
You know how
taxes.
many people are trying to barely maintain their shit? You know how
Yeah.
many people?
No. Like, don't. I'm just giving you the other view. You know what I mean? Like,
you're gonna raise my taxes even more for me.
this is how they do it.
Nah,
This is
dog.
how
That's
it
the way
works.
they used to do it.
This is how, you know, just as a for instance, a tariff is a type of tax. This is how they do it. They're gonna raise that shit, but somebody pays it at the end of the day. And most of the time, it's you and I.
I'm not cool with it.
You shouldn't be.
No, and people, not people, but taxpayers have not been cool with the wastefulness of where that tax money goes since taxes have been collected. You know, since the beginning of time, taxpayers have been complaining about taxes. But you know, you got to remember, you don't want that expenditure, but then that also means that all the revenue that stadium and all the things around the stadium, all the employees that it hires will now be in Indiana. So any of the benefits will also not be here as well.
Listen, one thing before we close this out, let me say this. It's like if you allow it once, you allow it twice, you allow it 3 times, and you're okay with the 4th and 5th, 6th time, and all the time this shit happens to you. So you got this property tax amount when you first get the place. Next thing you know, it's up exponent. I mean, like, and he's like, is this going to stop or is it going to come down? No, it's just constantly going up. And as people who own things feel, there's a certain sentiment to that, man. It's like you can't, for the people that want to be entertained, good for you. But for the people that have to carry that weight, man, fuck that shit, man.
Yeah.
Get your own money somewhere else. Go sell this team, do whatever you got to do. I don't care. But don't make us pay for the shit because I ain't with it.
Yeah. Like I say, I'm in full agreement with you, right? Like nobody wants to pay that. Like, to be frank, like, George, fucking just pay it. You know what I mean? Like, really, it should probably really actually be you. You're generating this kind of money. You should pay it. The true facts here is if Arlington Heights is a thing, they're going to generate a lot of money for the state as well as for themselves. And I mean money that's outside of just football. Right? If they put up the racetrack, if they put up a casino, if they put up hotels, if they put up restaurants, these are all other areas under which they can generate fresh, new streams of revenue that they never had before.
Yes, which is why I think they're trying to push the tax impact on the organization some years down the road so that they can actualize some of that you're talking about. To me, that's the reason why they're doing that. Okay, we know you're going to hit us.
That's fair. That's
exactly what I think they're trying to do.
If that's the case, that's sort of fair because you're right. It might take them, let's just say, 10 years to get close to not just actualization, but to being green, to profit. You're right.
Well, look at the stadium there in Minnesota that Kevin Warren did successfully build. He had to play a little politics, nothing like here, but they spent $7 billion or however much it was in bonds. But that place is already in the green. It's already paid for and they're in profits. So it's doable that, you know, a 35-year lease, I believe that's what Indiana's offering. You know, Indiana's offering to build the whole stadium for them and give them a free lease. You know, whereas in Illinois, the Bears are saying, we'll build our own stadium. You just, you know, fix up the infrastructure. So, I mean, business-wise, you know, if you are building a house or a business, it's like just, I'm still in the area, but I can't pass up this deal.
Man, dog, let me tell you something about people with a whole lot of money. They're not like you. Number one, they're not like us whatsoever. And because we enjoy the product they put out there and become so attached to it, we'll fight for that shit, even though it's to our chagrin. And I'm not one of them people. I'm not gonna fucking fuss and struggle and fuck all that, man. I love this team more than anybody. But I'm not finna handicap myself or get my man. Fuck that, dude. Do you know how a billionaire's mindset is? We'll just keep pushing it until they give it to us. That's their mindset. And so this is more than just the Chicago Bears to me. This is about putting your fucking foot down with people that got too much goddamn money. Fuck the Bears, man. It ain't that important in the grand scheme of things. I love them, but it ain't that important to the grand scheme of things. Come on, man. You got to live your life still, and you gotta receive the impact of what that decision costs you. That the Bears being in Illinois, I love, and I will always want that to be. If it goes outside the state of Illinois, they can kiss my ass because they don't want to pay some taxes. Motherfucker, you know how bad people are struggling out here on the streets, living day-to-day lives, working.
You know how much the taxes
80 hours, hold on, 80-hour weeks, trying to make ends meet, and you complaining about how much taxes. Motherfucker, you living on a mountain. I don't want to hear no shit about no Bears.
How do you think they stay on that mountain,
man? That's beside the point, Trips.
It's not just staying on a mountain trip. Like you nailed it. It's just exponentially multiply your taxes versus the number that they're going to spend on this infrastructure and this build. Like if they're into the billions of dollars, we're talking about potentially millions of dollars in taxes. Like it's a lot of money in taxes that they're those people that you're just describing. The tax money that they're spending and sending back to Illinois would be hundreds of thousands of people's salaries in a year. Like we're talking about a lot of money. Now, don't get me wrong. I think they should pay it. I don't know how they pay it, but the reality is they have the ability to actually make so much additional money that they've never made before. Pay the money to make the investment, pay the money, get to the green. That's how I see it. But
there's no appetite for it, kids, man. You ain't gonna do that to me and have me turn around and tell you.
You shouldn't feel like, you know what I mean? Like
you're gonna do that to me, I'm gonna turn around and tell you I like it, do it some more. Fuck.
Yeah, no, it's to be frank with you, it's bullshit with respect to the people of Illinois, to the people, and it's like of the state. It's not just Chicago. You know what I mean? What if you're in, like, I don't know, fucking wherever? You know what I mean? You're far enough away from Arlington Heights that you're probably never going to see a game. You still have to pay for this? Man, that's kind of messed up.
It's ridiculous, man. But that's going to end up, if I say one more thing, it's going to end up in another 30 minutes. But let's try this one more time, man. Let's get ready to close this out. Let's give some questions before we go. Let's keep the Bears out of it.
Super short, sweet. Thanks, y'all. Love y'all. Sunday night, we'll be back doing the darn thing again. We'll see y'all Sunday. Big ups to Sports Chicago Style, the Nomad Network, and Kez the Canuck. Check us all out. Give us a like, share, subscribe when you can. Leave a comment. We will respond. We'll get back at you. All that being said, love you guys. Thanks a million for rocking with us tonight. Ricky, you're super late, but thanks for coming through, Ricky. And big ups to the Scrolls, my mom, Smitty Q, AC Adam. With us. A little bit of love to y'all. Mr. Charles was with us for a minute. Trip, you go ahead.
Shout out to Chef Trips, also known as MF in the Kitchen. as he did his segment earlier. And it was a good what was it? Was it a fish what was it that he made? A fish taquito?
It
Or
was a po' boy taquito.
a po' boy fish taquito.
That's
Yeah,
it.
there you go. So shout out to him and a big up to everybody else for all of this, the discussion and the topics. And as Nomad continues to add players to the big board, and when you do the stick to the mock drafts and you make those little stars and add to your big board, by the time the draft gets here, you'll know these names, these position groups, and who Ryan Poles should be targeting for our Bears. So make sure you are tuning in on Sunday nights, Nomad at night, on Wednesday night for some extra sauce, and keep an eye out for the video shorts about the clips of these prospects throughout the pre-draft season. All right. So until next time, check y'all later. Nomad.
Amen to that, man. Y'all check all this stuff out. I think on replay, when you watch the shit, all this stuff when we're done, and you go check the show out, the people that are going to be seeing it for the first time, really, really dial into the part when we was talking about these certain players. A couple weeks ago, we've been talking about a couple different guys, but one of the guys we was talking about last week, and he shows up in one of Ryan Poles' first interviews at the Combine. That would be the Godfather, Dante Corleone. And just wanted to point that out, man, because one thing you guys love about this network and this channel over here, you might be watching a whole bunch of different podcasts. You might be watching a whole bunch of different stuff. But you know when you come over here, this shit's going to stick to your ribs for a week, because you're going to be watching and seeing if what we say adds up to what you seeing yourself. That's why we're good. That's why we're good, no maniacs. That's why we're good. It's going to stick to your ribs. And to close, I just wanted to say this to clarify things. Of course, I love the Chicago Bears. I grew up right here. Of course, I love them. And I'm doing this right now. We're doing this because we love the Chicago Bears. Love them. But reality sets in on any rational human being's life. And as a resident of the city or the metropolitan area, suburbs, whatever you want to call where I live at, it's going to affect me. Whatever the Chicago Bears do in the state of Illinois, whether it affects me now or whether it affects me later. And what I was trying to point out to you all is I'm not with being sympathetic to people with a whole lot of money. And I don't care if it is a Chicago Bears organization. George McCaskey ain't that goddamn cute. Shit. I'm talking about my pockets, and I'm talking about people that live around me. The people are stretching and using credit cards to make ends meet with their meals. And I'm talking about groceries. People are using credit cards to get groceries week to week. Where's the sympathy for those people? Where's the sympathy? None. But for those who have and can and don't live here or have all kinds of comments about what the Bears should or shouldn't be doing, you ain't here. And I ain't talking about you, Scrolls. You know I love you, bro. I'm talking about everybody else. The people that have to carry the weight and the heft of billionaires that want to, get off easy on taxes. Where's the goddamn relief for us? Seems to me like taxes continue to go up. That's what it seems to me every time I see the goddamn bill. And so that's why there's a limited appetite, and the governor knows that. You can only ask the citizens of jurisdiction to do so much. They've already exceeded their limits. George McCaskey, the Chicago Bears, better figure out something else. And if it's moving to Indiana, it moves to Indiana. But it ain't going to be carried by us. They better figure out something. They can kiss my ass. You already got a whole lot of money. Give me some of that shit. Until then, I ain't supporting none of that tax raising shit. So all the people that's from the outside looking in, don't think I don't love y'all. But for all those who have an opinion about what Illinois should or shouldn't be doing with their tax dollars, just know this is entertainment. But what we do day to day is life. Remember that. While people are using their credit cards to get their groceries taken care of. Keep talking about the Bears and the citizens of Illinois need to pony up. Man, nope. I know the people that are struggling trying to get their ends met. But that's what I got to say before we close this show. And I want to leave y'all with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.